Mama just killed a man. Put a gun against his head. Put a gun against his head. Pull the trigger, now he's dead.
Thank you, I touch.
Dear council, here is Sunny.
Dear council, hello parents, in front of the computers.
Dear council and confused parents in the live stream. Today,
Thank you, very useful. Are you excited? I'm just dying.
objection, that's bullshit.
I'm not.
Objection, what the applicant said is bullshit. Objection, that's not the position. Objection, that's
Good
not the
morning,
answer to the
Jonas.
question.
How are you feeling right now? Shit? Yes, I'm feeling shit right now. Super scared. Almost dying. Forget that I'm afraid of heights.
Cra, cra, cra, crapula, crapula. Cra, cra, cra, crapula, crapula. Cra, cra, cra, cra, cra, crapula. Cra, cra, cra, cra, crapula. Cra, cra, crapula, crapula.
Attention, attention. The little Sunny search for his parents. Please pick him up at the information center.
There's a lost kid with a laptop. Any lost child will be prosecuted. You know the sign?
Fuck my life.
Every lost child will be prosecuted.
Christian Glies, bitte an Kasse 7, bitte an Kasse 7.
Any lost children will be filled with sugar, chocolate, and caffeine and be given back. To be or not to be. To mean or not to mean. That is the question. Whether it is noble. My presentation is Question to men. What do you mean? Good morning, Limper. Good morning, Nehir. I'm saying good morning to you. Good morning, Pedro.
Microphone? Yeah, because ones which have a button here are easier to turn off and on. Just the
Yeah, like after a while, the haka becomes like, ooh, MCA.
Ja. Ich muss einfach hoffen, dass ich einen Adrenalin habe. Das ist dann einfach so ein Zungenlöser. Hast du einen Shot oder sowas? Frag mal die Holländer. Oh. Ich hab nix.
nervous with so many poor applicants.
Yeah. Do you have the timeline when that I can prepare myself for like when I
can do that. Santiago doesn't have to
Okay,
do
fair
3 things at the same time.
Ian?
No, it's mine.
Okay. Jonas, you are keeping your presentation?
Yeah. No, but I sent it today.
Today?
No, I sent it already yesterday night, like in the morning.
Yesterday in the
New
morning.
sunny new?
That's on time. Because you should have seen how people come here like 5 minutes before presentation. and
It's already in the database.
No comment.
Isn't it
I
nice?
never saw me without my shirt.
Do you live?
Do you even left?
I lift half a liter in 10 seconds.
Okay. Let's now go to
Daj mu small now.
Wow.
It says a quarter to 12, but
Yeah,
let's
a
see.
little bit delay.
Let's see how it will. Like so, quarter to 12, the PR starts and you are after Melis.
Oh, okay.
Male?
Wait, no more again. When is my time? Like just
Your time exactly is
yeah, just roundabouts. It's I know
Yeah, then
Melis is there and then
5
just-
to 12.
so round about 12 o'clock. Yeah. Thank you.
I will go to the toilet now.
Yeah.
I will just hide somewhere and then
Have a proper shit log and then
That's good. That's important. I also had my shit.
is it done? Or with the stick? Is it done? The sunny whatever.
And the microphone on off nowadays because
Thank you very much.
accidents. Okay. You want to come here so no one checks your presentation? It's easier if you come here so
Rebecca Nagel, bitte an Kasse 7, bitte an Kasse 7.
What is the agenda point of Yana? 28, 40, and 1.
Did he manage? Do you have an idea what can drive to the border around here? Probably not. No? Not the organizer. Is that an organizer? Isn't it Braunschweig area? Okay, I'll ask him.
Hi, Taj.
And the other project?
Project is 28 for.
What can we do about Christian? No, maybe we should speak with him. Just like what idea has he had? Christian? Francisca? Francisca? Can I have your presentation? Okay. credits at the end. I will. Helping
My
to
quote
your
I would end with
presentation.
it smells like regret, Thiago Cavallo.
Kind of does. It's the life of. Is the life of a blogger. Yeah. Yeah, yeah, microphone. Applicants? Applicants, yeah. So, for the ones of you that have competition, I'm putting the presentations by alphabetical order. But if you speak with the other person and you agree in a different order, I can change it too.
Dali. Is it for me or who put it? Because my big paper was too full. You see my paper? For me, easy. So,
Wann fangen wir an?
halb eigentlich.
Wenn du willst, oder Leute einsammeln.
Genau, sehr gut.
Eye touch. Can you kick people inside? Can you kick people inside, please? What? Gonna be a fun day.
It's gonna be fun.
Is there nobody outside?
Huh?
Oh.
Yes, so the column. Yeah, I'm not gonna do the other column because
By the way, let's fix the sound.
the agenda on your laptop or anything. Maybe I can write you.
And it's pretty level che manca perché nothing of the slides changing automatically. It was like there's an option where you can put like time in.
Okay, like 4 minutes presentation, 4 minutes question and answer.
Thank you, Dad. Thank you, Dad.
But yeah, but we have to continue to keep them coming here because otherwise another batch comes. Is that it?
I just want to
Felix, was Johannes awake when you left?
Yeah.
Yeah, but I think this is the last thing I should. What? No, I'm burning out. When should we? I was just going to say it's very hot. 9:45, but I'm first class. Oh, it's
Yeah.
last name or first name? There's water. I just thought it was your laptop falling down.
Where's the girl with the minutes? Like
Why is on the table?
because I will put it on. I will also.
71 pages. This is so crazy.
So for board applications, it's always 10 minutes presentation, and after all the presentations of one position, we have 7 minutes. But I will say, are there any questions, and then you just do 7 minutes.
Make sure your friends are in this room as well. We are actually starting in 2 minutes.
Before we start, I have a small question. I didn't quite manage to collect a lot of stickers at this CM yet. I have a lovely shaker here. If everyone could just drop some LG and event stickers there in the breaks, that would be super awesome.
Henry, how did you even do that? Sit down, guys. We are starting in 1 minute. But I'm really bad at thinking of it.
I wanted to come up the stage and explain why he has to do that and the others.
Nice color on the dice.
Sit down. Okay, guys, sit down. There are people missing, but they're also not in this building, so we will just start. Yeah. Wout. Okay, there's a big group coming. Are they? Wout, are they coming to the room or are they going downstairs? Okay. Okay, hurry up, guys. You're very late. So, yeah. Yeah. I was here at 7:45. My tram was fine. No excuses. Hurry up, guys. No walking, no talking. And don't make me rhyme more. I'm not so good in it. Yeah, hold on. You can walk definitely faster. Come on. It's already late. Faster, faster. Faster. All right. Shh, sit down. Close the door. Yeah, disappeared after the first break and never came back to the chair. Goedemorgen. Ik heb geen friteus. We start today's agenda with agenda point number 41. I have no idea why you're laughing now. 41, quorum of the council.
We are late, so please try to be as efficient as you can be. Local group Aachen. Thank you. Local group Ankara Birkant. Thank you. Local group Ankara Metu. Local group Aveiro. Thank you. Local group Baku is proxied by local group Izmir Economy. Local group Barcelona. Thank you. Local group Belgrade. Local group Berlin. Local group Berlin. Local group Braunschweig. Thank you. Local group Bremen. Local group Brussels. Thank you. Local group Bucharest. Thank you. Local group Budapest. Thank you. Local group Calabria. Thank you. Local group Cambridge. Thank you. Local group Kios. Okay. Local group Coimbra. Local group Darmstadt. Local group Dortmund. Local group Dresden. Thanks for the efficiency. Local group Eindhoven. Okay. Local group Enschede. Thanks for the efficiency. Local group Famagusta. Local group Gdansk. Thank you. Local group Gothenburg. Thank you. Local group Graz. Local group Grenoble. Local group Groningen. Thank you. Local group Hamburg. Local group Helsinki. Local group Ilmenau. Local group Istanbul Boğaziçi. Local group Istanbul ITU. Local group Istanbul Iltis. Okay. Local group İzmir DU. Local group İzmir Economy. Local group Kaiserslautern. Local group Karlsruhe. Local group Karlstad. The other delegates. Okay. Local group Kiev. Local group Krakow. Local group Kran. Local group La Peranta. Local group Linköping. Local group Linköping. I can see them. I can see them. Local group Lisbon. Local group Luleå is proxied by local group Trondheim, local group Lund. Morning. Local group Lyon. Thank you. Local group Madrid. Local group Milan is proxied by local group Calabria, local group Mingo. Local group Minsk. Local group Minsk. Thank you. Local group Moscow. Local group Munich. Local group Novi Sad. Local group Oulu. Thank you. Local group Paderborn. Local group Porto. Thank you. Local group Poznan. Local group Kiev is proxied by local group Riga is proxied by local group Kiev, local group St. Petersburg. Local group Seville. Local group Zigan. Zigan, okay. Local group Skopje. Local group Sofia. Local group Stockholm. Okay. Local group Tallinn. Local group Tampere. Local group Targomores. Hi. Local group. Local group Trondheim. Local group Vasa. Local group Vienna. Local group Warsaw. Local group Xanthi. Local group Zagreb. Local group Zurich. Now we move on to our observers. Local group Catania excuses themselves. Local group Liège. And we're done with observers. Now we move on to our guest. No. Local group Delft. Local group Lausanne. Now we move on to our guests. Local group OS. Local group Niche. We move on to our external guests. We have the representative from EPSA. Still not here. Favi.
Thank you very much. I hereby close agenda point number 41, quorum of the forum.
Can I call delegate from Gothenburg to the stage, please? The one on the left from me. Come on. Okay, so yesterday this delegate here fell asleep during the first session, and later he wasn't even seen. So I would like to get the reason what happened, and also to show you guys that we do notice when people go missing.
Well, hello, council meeting. Sorry for falling asleep. And so the reason why, because I had this really long party night, and I didn't sleep before I came here. So I met these Polish people. His name is Ed Sheeran now. And we had this really fun night all night long, and so I didn't sleep. Yeah, me and Ed Sheeran went, what is his name? What this song? Yeah, you know, the love song. I don't know.
Shh. The point is that most of you guys went out to party, but you were here. And unfortunately, the delegate was not. So thank you for coming on the stage and saying your story. But please make sure, guys, that you don't fall asleep, that you attend the GA, because this is one of the most important events of the ESTIEM. This is the moment when you make decisions. And if you're not here to make the decisions or hear the reasoning behind which the decisions have to be made, then you can't make good decisions. So please stay awake and attend. Thank you.
Yeah, also, you will go on stage? Yeah, it's 5 minutes. Yeah, okay, so I called Thiago and Busse on the stage for the presentation of the IT project.
Thank you for joining me. Yeah. Okay. The ESTIEM portal. We all know it, we all use it. It's one of the backbones that make you have a connection to the events and to the whole network. The ESTIEM portal is an amazing tool, and we all know this kind of view, and all of us have our small hates about things that the ESTIEM portal has. But even though that most of you or all of you know this, probably a smaller amount of people know this part of it. Or maybe even less this part of it and this. However, all of this is the ESTIEM portal. And that's why we want to speak about this. And we are here in front of you presenting the IT project. Who are we? Who are we? Yeah, we are here representing the ITC. I'm the board responsible. Jose is the ITC leader, and that's why I was here. So, what's wrong? Why do we have to make a presentation about the portal? Because we have problems. First of all, the portal, as you saw, is quite a confusing backend, the coding part behind it, which makes it hard to implement new things. And this is quite a serious issue in ESTIEM because we are always looking forward to innovation, improvement, and trying out stuff. But if our IT system doesn't follow, we have a gap. It's also very knowledge heavy. You have to learn a lot before being a member of the IT team that can contribute. So it sometimes discourages people to join because the learning curve is too slow. And yeah, because of it's so knowledge heavy, now we are faced with a generation gap, that we have a lot of very experienced people, but they are all former IT leaders, former VP of admins, or people that are almost done with their studies, and the newer members don't have that much knowledge. However, this is a problem that has been going on for some years now, but there was a light, there was something that made us think that now it's the time that we can act upon this. And Pose is going to tell you that story.
Thank you for my board responsible to explain the reasons why we want to start this project. And I want to explain you the process that we had since we get this slide. This slide seemed really easy, actually. Like, it was an email, but it had really too much effect on what we had done. It was an email from the IT alumni we had. It was an email that enforces resource allocation within ESTIEM, actually, with collaboration with alumni. So after email, just after email, actually, in 5 days, we had our ITC coordination meeting. We discussed this idea a lot with our members, with the experienced people, with the other ones. We discussed the feasibility. And then we decided to go on with that. We started to work on this project, starting with user stories. What does it mean? It means that your needs, guys. We asked ourselves, like, what can ESTIEMer need on the portal? So we tried to address these requirements. In college, we have discussed it again. And then, just 15 days later, we sent out the open call for members. And then, luckily, in April, we had our first meeting, first Skype chat with our members. And then we sent out the open call for project leader. And now we are here to apply for, no, not to apply, but to start our IT project, sorry. So why a project? Because we believe that a time spent with milestones enforces and pushes for the progress. And a clear leader responsible for this project raises the awareness And it also allows coordination meetings for work sprints. And also, in the same time, ITC will continue its work. So collaboration with ITC will help this project a lot too. And also better recognition and visibility will give more chance to this project to become something to grow, actually. So special thanks to Harald Schmidt-Horriggs, Geoffrey van Eisendorn, Lassu Sakuyanan, and all the IT project team members. Thank you, guys. And
We have a very inspiring quote, but we don't have time, so thank you.
Thank you very much. We now have 5 minutes for questions. Can you again, the secretaries also have to, yeah, thanks. Okay, we have Amani.
Amani, local group Grenoble. I saw in your email you sent Thiago, it's mentioned also to use new technology to make it easy to sustainable. Do you already have ideas of different technology than the ones we have now, or it's in the project that we will decide upon that?
Yeah, if you want to, yeah, we should explain that we are not applying for project leaders. We are just presenting the project. We are going to have project leaders applications after this. We are just here to raise awareness of the important topic, and the more technicalities, more clear goals you should expect from the next presentations.
Okay, then first delegate there, and then Mikko. You can already get the microphone.
Milica, LG Novi Sad. So IT sector is really popular, how can we say now, the trends and everything. So do you have some kind of collaboration with other companies, or do you have plans for it? Because maybe they can give us teachers or anything to improve our participants. Thank you.
thank you for your question. Actually, the reason why we are comfortable with this project is alumni, in alumni mail, they approached us like, we can work together because we already have these people who are working in real IT business life. So we are planning to work with them. So actually, it's not like a collaboration with companies, but collaboration with skilled people.
Mikko.
Mikko from Helsinki, kind of continuing on that question, that can be a huge workload also, just programming and getting the new backbone done. So how will you tackle that you actually have the manpower in 1-2 years, or how long the project takes?
Yeah, we see that we have a lot of unused potential in ESTIEM, and we have a lot of IT experienced people that are not involved because maybe they don't see ITC as a challenge now. So that's why we are building this project that's a bigger thing, it's more a hard skill thing. So we think that we can motivate different people. And we already saw on the application for IT project team members that most of the people were not active in ITC before.
And also I want to add that we already had this process actually some years ago. This portal is built by STEAMers. So why not again? Why not improve it? Like, thank you.
We have Robert.
Robert Eltje Eindhoven. So in the past years, we've seen that the whole IT structure of a team is really dependent on just a few really active ITC people, and most of those people that actually help building this portal have been doing it for years and are now slowly leaving as team and not programming anymore. We've also seen that other associations, for example, ISAC, spend a lot of money on other people developing their portal because they are just not programmers. Why do you think that we can develop a full-blown portal when we've seen that we're actually really struggling with just keeping this one alive?
Yeah, again, as Jose said, it was done before. And one of the main things with this new portal is to build a more sustainable structure, so it's easier for people to learn in the future. And we also applied with the grants with Isaac and Best to train the IT competencies. So if we get it, then it will be easier to train our people. And again, I still believe that we have a lot of unused potential. So this is an opportunity to really show that ESTIEM has power, but we are not so aware of it now.
Hello, hello, Bogdan, local Bucharest. I want to ask you if you are intending to learn estimers to how to do this type of website and so on, or you just want to improve the sites?
So, thank you for your question. Actually, it's not like wanting estimers to learn how to do website or such. Like, we are just here for saying like, why giving up without trying? So we have been discussing it to starting from scratch or renewing the portal. Actually, thanks Lassie, he had already changed some, started to work on some of the pages, the change with the new technology, the current portal. So for me, it's more open to discuss still, but I'm more favor to renew the existing one for a short time.
Okay. Claudia was next, but we don't have any time anymore. But is it fine? Okay. Luis, was it an essential comment, or because we're just really quickly then, because we're really out of time?
Yeah, Luis from Stockholm. I mean, a project like this, I'm just wondering about the time span for the whole project. So is it like considered to be for 3 years? Because I think the last portal took a few years to develop. So what's the total length of the project aimed to be?
Yeah, I hope you can see it.
Only the number of, okay. Yeah, please really quick, just number of years.
Yeah, I hope that you see it on the applications of the project leaders.
Okay, good, thank you very much. Then I invite Alexa on the stage.
I received it yesterday at 2 p.m.
I changed a couple things. Just spell check and delete 6. IT project application. Okay. Hello, everyone. This is my first TM. Yeah, I know. Shame. Well, I didn't know I was missing until now, but for those of you who don't know, my name is Alex Stankovic, and I'm applying for IT project leader. First, something little about me. I'm almost 22 years old. I've been member of LG Belgrade for 2 years now. I'm a casual, laid-back guy. I like playing guitar, playing video games, playing basketball, a lot of playing as well. So bicycle riding and a lot of outdoor activities. But that's not the point here. I'm going to show you why I think I'm the right guy for this position. Why did I apply? Well, I like IT. In my spare time, I like to program, look around websites, articles, search for new technologies, what's new developing, etc. I've taken various IT courses on the university that are offered and just as an extra course. I like challenges, which this portal surely is. to develop and to take it to the next level. And also, I would like to give back to ESTIEM for everything it has given me for the past 2 years, and I think this is the best way I can do it. Now, what do I know? That's easy. So we move on. And now, but to be more specific, I know how to code in Java efficiently, Java and C, C#. I made my first website when I was in high school using only HTML and Notepad. Yeah, the Microsoft Word Notepad in 2003. So that's like lighting fire with 2 sticks, basically. But since then, I've learned some other stuff like HTML5, CSS3, JavaScript, jQuery, all those good stuff. Then in recent years, I've used Bootstrap and WordPress to develop it more easily and efficiently. Also, I'm familiar with SQL databases and development in them. Also, I'm familiar with process modeling and Scrum. Sorry. So what is my experience? Well, I started coding in high school. I've been to various seminars, projects, and researches. As I said, I made my first website in high school, and I recently made a website with my 2 colleagues for a school project, and we thought it was good enough, so we tried to sell it. So we did. We sold it for not that much money because we didn't ask for that much, but we spent it on beer, so yeah, money well spent. So I have... Thank you. I have widespread knowledge all over the IT spectrum. I've tackled all of them in the Research and Development Center of our faculty, which we have, and we do it with all of the professors on the course, so we get to experience a lot of different stuff. I've tackled with IoT, server-side programming, computer networks and protocols, data structures and algorithms, front-end, back-end programming, etc. So, why do I think I'm the right guy for this position? I've worked in a team, obviously. Now, I've organized events such as PRC.com, I have local group exchanges, and Academy of Modern Management, which is our local group project. So, I'm also currently on an alumni meeting team, which is to be held in Belgrade in June. And I'm my coordinator in my local group and actively lead a team as we speak. Now, this is like a short timeline that's not complete because it all depends on the efficiency of the team and how much we have knowledge we have beforehand when we start. So, just to be short, we have to first have the meetings and to set up goals and the guidelines. After that, we have to open the repository, then see how much everyone knows. And after that, we have to create a visualization of the portal and then have our first sprint. And after that, God knows. Now the goals. The most important goal is responsiveness of the ESTIEM portal. We want it to work, and then we wanted to have a modern design to be able to enable to easy post and content edit, easy to use interface for everyone who's on the portal, viewing on phones and tablets just as good on PC, and to enable easy code revision so people can in the future easily edit the code to benefit the portal. And I searched far and wide for a good quote. It sounds funny, but I think it's appropriate for this. And that's my message to you all if I become an IT project leader. So, yeah. Just a short story.
No.
If you please.
Never mind. Your time is up.
Okay. Thank you. Questions?
Is there any more applicant? Yeah, you were too quick. Okay, then we continue to questions. Okay, Giovanna in the back. And then Dani after that.
Giovanna, LG Novi Sad. Thank you for your presentation. So I asked you this already, but I didn't quite get answer. Why didn't you apply first for IT project team member, and what made you change your mind?
Thank you for the question. Well, to be fair, as I said, I've been to a lot of conferences and I do a lot of research because I'm in my third year of college. So there are a lot of projects on my faculty, and I just felt not overrun, but I've used this team to develop other sides of my skills, not specifically IT, because I've worked with professors who have a lot of experience in IT, so I thought like I'm probably not going to use this team for IT and soft, but this is an opportunity I got, so I tried to take the most of it.
Okay. So we have a question from Dani, and then...
No, already asked, I think.
What? It's done? Okay. Then François. And after that we have Lassie.
François, local group Liège. My question is about your experience. I don't know what are your field of study, but I know that in business you only learn to use HTML, PHP, and so on. How did you manage to learn C, Java, and all these complicated languages?
Thank you for the question. As I said before in the presentation, I had some various extra courses that I took in college, and also I did some programming on myself and learning in my spare time. So I've looked around the internet and I thought there couldn't be just HTML to just web design. So I looked around and I got familiar with it. So I got interested, and just, one thing led to another. I started learning this, then started learning JavaScript with that functionality and stuff. So kind of snowball effect to everything.
Lassi from Local Tampere. In the portal now, we have a lot of pages. However, only 5 pages have like 70% of all the traffic to the portal. Do you think that we should focus more on these 5 pages or on all the functionalities that we have? Because redoing all these 5 pages to be modern would take like a week, but redoing all the functionality would take a long time.
Thank you for the question. I agree that it will take a long time, but for example, what we could do is like to ensure like that every page is working, like maybe not have that nice of a design or, I don't know, crazy animations and stuff on every page, but for the most important pages we have to make sure like that they are fully blown out of proportionally good. Because we want them to have a long-lasting life and to not have the need to create new ones in recent time. But for the other pages, I think they should have at least a certain level or certain standard they should fulfill, so they could be on the portal.
Okay, Luis from Stockholm. So same question as I asked earlier. What is the exact time frame that you're applying for this project?
Thank you for the question. That's a lot of factors depend on that. First, depends on.
Don't you have? When you apply, you need to have a fixed project time span. So there has to be an exact time span that you're applying for. It cannot be undecided.
This is a specific project, and this IT project is a really specific thing because you don't know. It's a different.
It doesn't matter. It's in the internal regulations of ESTIEM that when you apply for a project, you need to have a fixed time span. That's the definition of a project.
Yeah, like for example, Vasco applied for 6 months, Dominic applied for 6 months.
Okay.
And
it can take longer.
Applying as a project leader, it doesn't necessarily mean that the project is over. It just means that you as project leader.
How long do you want to stay in that position if you're elected?
Well, I believe 6 months you wouldn't do anything for 6 months, so I think at least 1 year. Like
Okay.
for this. Yeah.
So 1 year.
Then officially 1 year. Okay, thank you.
I mean, till the next spring CM.
Angela LG Novi Sad. It's great that you have a lot of experience, but do you think you know ESTIEM and ESTIEMers enough to make portal according to our needs? Because on the end, it's still an ESTIEM portal, so it's important.
Thank you for the question. I said it was my first CM, but it's not my first project. I've been to international projects before. Maybe not, I didn't use them a lot, I agree. But I've been around places, I've talked to ESTIEMers, And I saw the user stories that the ITC committee has prepared before, and I've asked around, and people gave me insight on stuff they want fixed, that they want to see on the portal. So, and the research doesn't stop there. You have to do all the research until when the project is still going. So the process is all continuing. So every time you have to reevaluate if what you are doing complements what esteemers want. So that's kind of a building blocks of the portal, the stories.
We don't have more time, but Robert, Tom, and Stephanie, like, I know you could prioritize. So is there something short? So one of you, briefly.
Tom, local Eindhoven. Yeah, you don't have a lot of experience within Central Esteem, and I don't think you've been involved in the ITC before. How are you going to make sure that you have the right knowledge to know what the new portal needs to have?
Thank you for the question. To explain that, I'll have to say that for this IT project, it's different than the ITC committee is doing. ITC committee is supporting the portal and the mailing system. It enables it to work, and it's supporting its structure, but it's not actually developing it as we speak. But the IT project is created for the purpose of developing the portal or creating a new one from scratch, or using the old one as a basis and then building upon it. So the connection is not, even though by name it thinks you should be a certain connection, there isn't so much. So my experience with the courses in IT have more to do with this project than ITC committee, in fact.
Sorry, but that's not what I asked. Like, how are you going to have the knowledge to know what the new portal needs to look like what functionalities it needs, and etc.
I built portals before, and I know what this one has, and we have user stories. We know what esteemers want. It's all written down, so yeah.
Okay. Yeah, the last part answers my question.
Okay, and thank you very much.
Thank you.
So, really interesting point coming up next. Applications for the 28th board. So to all the board applicants, if you hear this sound, I don't want to interrupt you, but you know what it means, right? So, okay, Jonas, please come to the stage.
Hey guys, before I start, there's actually one thing that I want to do with you guys as the applicant of VP activities. So please stand up and follow me. So dear esteemers, I'm Jonas Kaila from LG Helsinki. I'm really honored to present my application as the VP of Activities for the 28th Board of ESTIEM here in ESTIEM Poznań. I'm gonna take you through my journey now in ESTIEM. So who the heck is the guy who just made you do Haka? I'm an IEM student at Aalto University, finishing my bachelor's. They say I'm a talkative Finn. And I really like to sing, both sober and drunk. And quite many of you might not know me because I'm actually the local guy who likes to empower local activities. But that's one thing I want to take to the central level. During my free time, I play in an IEM band because music is something that gives me energy to go through everything. So me and ESTIEM. You see the nice picture, 7 years old, with a really, really bad hair day? That's from my exchange year in Japan, and that's something that impacted me a lot. But when I entered university, I got immediately involved in Vision, Helsinki-Tampere 2015. And I didn't actually get hooked up in ESTIEM at that moment, but it was the LG exchange with Ilmenau, Ima Blau, that got me involved a lot. So why choose me? Okay, so during 2016, I became the LR of Helsinki. My goal was to activate local members by increasing the pool of events we're organizing. We tried out a lot of new stuff, and we actually were able to get, with the help of a lot of local actives, the prize of the most innovative algae in the last CM Novi Sad. We also focused on structuring our PR, and in the end, I got involved in 5 different projects, 7 different events in Helsinki, that I was 3 for project leader, and the rest coordinating as DLR. After my mandate, I still took up the project leadership of the first Lean Six Sigma course training event in Helsinki. After that, I wanted to get involved more on the central level, so I wanted to know how people perceive ESTIEM, and I took my journey in the Purpose Task Group. And we saw a lot of diversity in different aspects, and we noticed that it's really hard to find one common thing that combines us all because we're so diverse. But I think the journey was really important. My other experience that stems I don't have the strategic experience that much in ESTIEM, but I've got it from somewhere else. And that I got from the local board of our mother organization. I was also not only being the LR, but also taking care of our 50 exchange students for the whole year. And also structuring the local strategy. In addition to that, I was a member for 2.5 years for the International Committee of Aalto University. We take care of the whole international strategy of the university, and we try to make it better for people to integrate from all over the world to our university. So, those are the things that made me who I am now and why I'm here applying. And now I want to share you my goals as the VP of Activities. The basic thing is, of course, to track the events, to keep up the portfolio that we're having. But I want to take it to a direction where we can actually start supporting LGs more individually, to know what they need to get more innovating, and try to do so that we're not locked to the things, not to the frames that we're now, but try to create new events that are really the things that people want. I see the position of VP of Activities as a twofold thing. One thing is the event portfolio, but another important thing is the ESTIEM culture. So, how would I approach this? We have to have more interaction with individual LGs, and not only the links that are normally perceived as LRs, but also the other active locals who are doing the operational job on local level. We also need to map the needs of LGs more precisely to know what they actually need, and increase the knowledge of central support for the LGs that don't know how to utilize it. And of course, incentivize innovation, because we want people to get creative. And that's the one thing that we're doing professionally. That's the professional side of ESTIEM that I know that you all guys know. We also have to ensure the ESTIEM culture, because as we saw, we were really into Haka just a moment ago. And I want to ensure the integration of newbies to ESTIEM, because at the moment we have a lot of cool culture like songs and energizers, but they're actually mostly tacit knowledge that you have to learn from someone else. And what I'm suggesting is that we try to formalize it in a way that it's easier for new people to grasp, Not if you're a shy newbie, you might not have the courage to ask someone to teach those things to you. So, for example, in Helsinki, in Finland all the way, we have hardcover songbooks that does not only contain the culture, but is also our journey through the university. We collect our memories there, we collect our friends' memories there, and we also collect the events that we visited. So that's something that tells about your story, but also helps you with the culture. And of course, work hard, play hard. That's what we do. And we all know that we're really professional in what we're doing, but as long as it's fun, the value comes from that. So if we lose the fun part, we're not valuable at all. So of course, as an applicant for a board position, I'm not only applying to be the VP of activities, but also a general board member. And I think we are a strategic body, so we have to take care of the big picture. We also need to find the optimal way to work as a team. We have to get closer to the LGs, not only as individuals, but as the whole board. And that's something that the structure change might help us to do, because we're now breaking the frames that we've had. And of course, the ESTIEM spirit, because that's what we value, that's what we love. So, as E. Cummings said, the most wasted of all days is one without laughter. And I hope that everyone remembers it, and I try to remember that too, because what we're doing here has to be fun. Thank you. If you have any questions, I will be available for those.
Yes.
Thank you very much. Okay, are there any more applicants? No? All right, then we have time for questions now. Technical? What, where? Is this technical or? Minjo. And then Vasa. Can you stand up so the microphone people?
Can I, Felix?
Yeah.
So Francisco Elzerminho, thank you for the presentation, Jonas. I want to focus on something that I feel it's a problem in ESTIEM, and as a local responsible, I should focus on it. So, what's your plan regarding open calls for events? Because I feel sending an email to local groups with all the events you can apply for is not the most efficient way to work. So, do you have an opinion on that? Thank you.
Oh no, yes. Thanks for the question. Yeah, I do understand, because as a former LR, I also kind of was stuck in the frames, and I did only kind of the things that we were used to do. And seeing an open call can be sometimes impressive, because yeah, you see a lot of stuff and you're like, what the hell? So yeah, as I would approach this, as I actually, we're talking about the event portfolio. So actually guiding the local groups on what they should try out and what their strengths are is really important aspect of this. So even I think we should keep on posting the open calls, but you should approach LGs more individually to tell what they actually mean. Did I answer your question? Yeah.
Hello, Pernisafu, LG Vasa. As you said, ESTIEM is about professionalism and having fun. And here, my question to you is, do you have any plans on schedule following? Or, because, and I have a comment. It's like we have a schedule and we have a free time. But here's the case, we didn't follow it. But when we spent some few minutes, seconds, submitting our votes, we weren't accepted. This is really not cool. This has spoiled my whole day. I cannot really get into the mood anymore. Thank you.
So Can you, Prince, just like elaborate the question? I kind of.
Do you have any plans on making sure our schedule is followed? And if it isn't followed, you at least inform us in time that maybe because of emotions raised, we couldn't have free time.
Yeah, so in short, how to keep the schedule.
Exactly.
Okay.
And if not, you have to be flexible on other issues as well.
Yes, thank you for the question.
Thank you.
So it is true that for big events like council meeting, it's sometimes difficult, and also for smaller events, it's difficult to keep the schedule because we're living a really dynamic organization, and everything is not always planned super in the detail. But I don't think that's always a problem. So there's also the schedule should be scheduled so that there is a bit of leeway, because that's always going to happen. Of course, for events like CM, where it's really important to discuss the strategic things, I see it's also important to remind the people of how important schedule is. And in the end, it's actually just something that individual has to do. And we have to be aware of that because we're an organization of individuals. Did that answer?
Angela Navistad. So you mentioned a lot of innovation. So a lot of new events happened this year. So are you planning anything new, any new concept or something that you're going to suggest?
Thanks for the question. As I told, I really want to concentrate on getting at some point to the place where we can innovate together with LGs. And I don't want to push my kind of visions to the people, but I actually want to first know what are their strengths and then start to implement with them what could be new. So at the moment, no, I don't have any specific event that I would like to pursue, but I first want to know what people actually want and can do.
Okay. Özgecan, local group Istanbul Design Izmir Economy. Like you mentioned, what you achieved in your on the local level, and I would like to hear what was your achievements on central. Also, what do you think about as far as I understand, you have really strong knowledge about the local level, but not that much knowledge about central, and we will have a hard process about the structure change implementation. Do you think you will have any problem regarding that?
Thanks for the question. Yeah, as you heard, I don't have that much of a central experience, but even though I haven't had an official post in Central Esteem, I'm still have been quite a lot involved. This is my third CM now, and I've always paid attention on what's happening, and I also have a lot of friends that are active on central level, so I have been able to gather the kind of knowledge that I think I will need. Of course, it will be a learning process for me, but I also want to point out that I want to give the local perspective on the things and also kind of the break, the circle that Central ST might sometimes have. So I try to give that insight. But yes, of course, there is a lot of things that I will have to learn still.
Seville.
Hi, Sevilla, Alejandro. I appreciate you being part of, being more involved in the local level. My question is on those lines, how will you ensure that effectively the local groups develop activities that are actually valuable to them as a local group, not just signing up to things randomly? Thank you.
So if I got it right, like how do I ensure that people, like the LGs, do something that is valuable for them?
Exactly, that they know what they're doing, not just signing up to a random event that just adds up.
So there are a few things, because of course we have to, in a way, keep the balance of different kinds of activities in STEAM, because if we only had, for example, 100 vision events every year, that would kind of suck. But of course there are events that are more popular than others. And sometimes if the balance doesn't work, it has to be discussed with the LGs. What are their capabilities and why did they choose that event? And I think that some of the times there are actually people who are trying to get an event just because of the event and the event type, and with discussions on how they could actually use the same kind of capabilities in another service or project, we could achieve a more decent balance in the events.
No more time. Sorry. On my list, so I wrote down all the names that, like from the people who raised their hands. So I have Vasco, Dominic, Maria, Tom, Mafalda, Francisco, Leti, Amani, and delegate in the middle. Is there any more person that wants to be on this list? Technical question from Timon.
Please post the questions online on the Pigeonhole platform so that we can determine the most important questions to be asked during the question hour tomorrow.
Exactly. Thank you very much. So, thank you, Jonas.
Thank you, guys.
As we go in alphabetical order of the positions, after activities there is administration. And I would like to ask Franziska to the stage.
All my life, I wondered what makes people great. I always admired people who stood up and who took risks. And I've always asked myself this question, what makes people great? But I no longer do that. And that's because it's what ESTIEM is all about. This is what ESTIEM does to people. But who am I? I am Francisca, I'm from LG Porto, I am 22 years old, and I'm on my 4th year of my studies. And I'd like to share some facts about me. So I played professional tennis up until 2011, and I was studying in the United States for 6 months while I was practicing, playing tournaments, and studying. I love listening to music. I consider myself a pro at it, but I tried playing and making music, and it never worked out. So please don't make me sing or play any instruments. I am a car enthusiast, and I partially blame my parents because of this. They put me behind the wheel when I was 4 years old, and who can resist that? And last but not the least, I am the proudest sister ever. I have 4 sisters, which I don't resemble at all, but I'm not adopted. And I am the most childish of all of them. So I would also like to walk you through my ESTIEM journey. I was first introduced to ESTIEM in September 2013 by MMILR. I didn't feel like I deserved to participate because I wanted to do something to deserve that place. But when my local group organized an exchange in March 2014, I joined and I got to live the ESTIEM spirit. It was love at first sight. So in September 2014, I felt that the best way to start developing the network was by joining my local group. And so I joined my CR team, which won me an invitation to become the CR responsible of Council Meeting Porto 2016. In October 2015, I felt like I was ready to do more by my local group, so I applied for vice president and I won, and I got to work for 1 year with this amazing team. In November 2015, I felt that I really wanted to live the magic of a council meeting without knowing the backstage. And I can assure you that that was one of the most magical events of my life. In April 2016, our 1 year work finally paid out, and we got to see that amazing dream that we had, having an outstanding result. And after this, I felt like I finally had time and I was ready to move to a central level. So I joined the CRC and I applied for support team leader, which I've been doing for the last year. In September 2016, I also wanted to be more involved in council meetings, so I applied for working group coordinator, which I did as well. And after the end of my mandate at AGFIOP, Local Group Managers Association, I also applied for the language program for online language school coordinator, because I also felt that I really wanted to devote myself entirely to the network. And this brings me back to the present. So what am I doing here today? I am applying for Vice President of Administration of the 20th Board of ESTIEM. Okay, so my goals for this year would be start cooperating with the ESTIEM magazine to improve the concept of the newsletter. I believe that the magazine is a well-equipped project that is ready to deal with both news and the PR side of the newsletter. I also would like to promote synchronized work among all ESTIEM layers towards the same direction. The structure change is already doing this, but I also believe that committees should work together. If we all work together, we can achieve better results, we can be more efficient, and we can also take the network to the next level. Since the CRC is also very dear to me, I would also like to help the CRC developing a unified CR strategy, because this is also motivated by the structure change, and we also need to offer something concrete to companies that involves everything that we're doing. Regarding the council meeting, since our structure change and the council meeting reflects what we are, I think that we are going to need to change some things and adapt the council meeting to these changes. And also, I think that devoting more time of the council, the general assemblies to strategic decisions is also going to make the network, the board more transparent, and also make local groups more empowered. Regarding internal communication and IT, I would like to help developing the IT project, since it's something that is starting now, so the board is going to have a really important role in this. We will need to help find the strong team with a skilled leader. And I also think that with the help of our amazing alumni, we are going to do an amazing job. I would really like to see some of them on the first coordination meeting, and also keep on helping with the ITC. For my board goals, of course, I'd like to work alongside my colleagues to develop the structure change, to see what we can do to move on with the decision that you all took. And then I'd also like to focus on the long-term strategic plan. We already have the key performance indicators, but we still have no targets, and we still don't know which one we need to use. So this is the question that you're all wondering. Why should you choose me? And I believe that from my experience from AGFEOP, that I also gained several skills that made me prepared to take this step today. I learned how to work in a structured way. My board was mainly guys. I'm not saying that guys are irresponsible, but they were really messy. So I had to take up all the administrative work. It also made me deal with other responsibility that is behind this type of work, working in association with people we need to satisfy the needs. And it also helped me think in a strategical way. My experience at council meetings, I also believe that is really valuable for this position. I know what is it like to organize a council meeting, making me prepared to help the organizers with their struggles. I also know what is expected regarding content. I know from my experience as a working group coordinator, I work with participants, organizers, board, working group leaders and trainers, and knowing their demands. I also from my CR responsible experience, I also helped fundraise for a budget of 42,000 euros, which was a lot of pressure, so I am definitely good with dealing with pressure. My experience with the CRC also gave me an overview of the network. It allowed me to work with all the projects and some committees, giving me an idea of how ESTIEM works, how different people work, and how to make their objectives work as well. It also taught me the importance of perseverance. In CR, you hear a lot of no's, but you still keep on fighting for what you believe, even when it's not going the way you wanted. I also had to learn how to be calm and how to not let show what I was thinking with the companies, because you have to deal with a different way with them. With my language program application was motivated by my innovative trait. I always like new stuff, trying new things, and I also like to develop initial projects because I believe that this is the most challenging phase. And my IT skills. So I'm lucky enough to be in a degree that has a lot of programming courses, which makes me flexible. I know a lot of them, but I also know how to learn. And I also work with my board to restructure our website, making this little beauty that we are really proud of. And if you sum all this, you get me. A really motivated person that is in love with the network and who really wants to be part of this. I believe that with all the tools that ESTIEM equipped me with, that I'm ready and that I'm prepared to take this step. So this is why I no longer wonder what makes people great. Because I know that when you're passionate about something, that when you love something, you don't see challenges as risk. You see them as opportunities to improve yourself and to improve what you're so dedicated to. So I used to wonder what made people great. I used to wonder what inspired them to just step up. But as you can see, I no longer do, because that's what ESTIEM is all about, and that's what I'm doing now. Thank you. Questions after Margaret?
Thank you very much. And Margarita.
Okay, so good morning, everyone. Yeah. This picture might not mean a lot to some of you, and it may mean a lot to also some of you. This was my first council meeting in Budapest. Here was what I first learned what ESTIEM was all about in terms of central level, and what made me fall in love even more with our network. So here I am, applying for Vice President of Administration of the 28th Board of ESTIEM. First, to those who don't know me, I have quite a long name, and it usually gets commented a lot in airport security. I am from local group Lisbon. I've been an ESTIEMer since 2013. I'm 22 years old, and as I said, I'm applying for Vice President of Administration. So first, my ESTIEM background. It all started in 2013 when I joined a meeting of our local association, NEGI, and there was this thing that we were organizing, something called pre-CM. I had no idea what it was. But yeah, I like challenges, so I took the step on becoming one of the organizers. Also, there was this thing called Summer Academy. There was an interest in organizing it in the summer. Yeah, okay. I wanted to do it. And so I did. It took me almost 1 year to finally get the chance to travel. And because before I was studying management, one thing that I was really passionate about was finance. So, Finance Forum in Eindhoven was my first event abroad. Afterwards, I was a little bit pushed to go to council meeting Budapest, but it was a truly unforgettable experience. And yeah, that's why I'm here. After that, as I discovered Central ESTIEM, I joined Student Guide, Language Program, and the Grants Committee. And yeah, also in 2015, I got the chance to become the local responsible of my local group. And also, because 3 is not enough, I joined Knowledge Management Committee, Training Committee, Members Committee, and Financial and Legal Committee. Then CM Austria came. Quite an important step for me, as I decided to apply for Student Guide Project Leader, which was what I was doing in 2016. Now, 2017, and here we are. Talking a little bit about numbers, I've been to over 35 events, including more than 10 council meetings and, 10 coordination meetings and regional coordination meetings, 3 ESTIEM college events, and 6 council meetings. About my goals and what I would like to work in the next year, I think it's really important to foster the creation of IT-skilled generation of ESTIEMers. When we say that IT is the future, what is the future? For me, it's already the present. And IT skills are fundamental. And we've been seeing that ESTIEM has quite a lack of new people that are that have quite some knowledge in IT. How do I propose to do it? Have more IT schools where we can form people and increase the number of webmastering training sessions. Also, I would like to work on the facilitation of the development of the ESTIEM portal. Why? Portal is life. How many times do we go to the portal each day? I can say it's more than one for sure, at least for me. and yeah, quite some information is not so easy to reach in the portal. We go through 300 pages and then, oh wait, it's not here, and yeah. How to do it? Help and support the IT project, and have more people receiving training on art IT skills, because HTML, it might be quite easy to learn, and yeah, I learned it through summer. But when you go a little bit deeper, you might need some help, and that's why we're all here. ESTIEM is helping us to develop. Also, continue the development of the council meeting concept. Why? Well, council meeting is one of the most important events we have. And I know what it is to be a delegate. I was sitting there in ESTIEM Budapest, and I know that sometimes we just, yeah, what are they discussing? Yeah. So delegates, though delegates get information, sometimes it's quite hard to process. So if we can find some easier way to have the delegates informed, more interactive way, and also ensure that the GA time is used on the right things. So more strategical discussions in the council meetings. Also, I would like to learn to work on the development of the current internal communication tools. Well, quite sometimes what we see is that our members, our local groups, are not so well aware of what's happening in central level, except for when you have someone active in central level. And we always say that local groups should have a bigger impact on central. We are here because of local groups. How to do it? I would like to improve the communication flow between the central and local groups, so that local groups are more aware of what we are doing. And also establish more informal communication channels between the board and the local level. So yeah, I remember my first council meeting when Nuno, I saw it, yeah. I was super shy and I was never able to approach him, like, no. So I was only able to approach him after he approached me, and there's always this kind of thing, kingdom of the board, and I think we can level it down a little bit. So I believe all of this will work for a greater good, which is to develop ESTIEMers. Together as a team, both as the board team and as a team of all of us, I believe we can develop and we can do great things. So now a little bit about why me. First, I'm quite experienced, as you could see, more than 35 events, active in quite some central entities and also local. Art and soul, yeah. When I set my mind to something, I'm only happy when it's completed. And ESTIEM has been quite an important part of my life for the past 3 years. Also motivation. As I get to know more and more about ESTIEM, I cannot stop doing it. It's like a bug that's really stuck inside me. And yeah, I hope we can aim for the stars together. So thank you all for your attention, and I'm glad to receive all of your questions.
Are there any more applicants? All right. Before we start with questions, I would like everybody to stand up. Stand up. Everybody. If there's someone next to you who's not standing up, just make him or her stand up. So guys, we have board applications. I know it's hard to stay awake for some people, but try harder, okay? You really have to focus now. Thank you. You can sit down again. I was guessing that people don't sleep when they stand, so. Okay, So questions. We have one from Novi Sad there. And then there. Okay.
Milica LG Novi Sad. So thank you for your presentations. My question is for Francisca. You said you want to develop structure change. So how do you plan to do it? Do you have any ideas?
Thank you for your question. First, that's something I think that should be worked with the whole board. That's something that's not only up to the position of administration, but also to the other ones. But the structure change also is all about teamwork. And I believe that the board is going to have a really important job on defining how the service are going to work and how this is all going to happen. We defined the mindsets and we took some decisions, but there's still a long way to go.
Yeah, there next to Leon from Paderborn. Yeah, can you stand up so he sees you? And after that, Alejandro from Sevilla.
Mariana, local group Porto. My question is for both of you. You mentioned that you would like to do some changes in the structure of the council meeting. Could you give us some examples of what you have in mind?
Sure. So, as I said, the structure change is also going to affect the way we work, so it's going to reflect on the council meeting. The reports are going to change. We don't know how it's going to happen, but we know that it's not going to work the same way. And also, I think that the more strategical decisions need to take place. And we're also going to present the structure change. We also have a lot of things that we have to show to you, so to see if you agree or not. So that's also going to change, at least for the next council meeting.
Yeah, thank you for your question. Also, with the structure change, quite some things are going to change, as Francisca said. So going kind of in the same direction. And adding also that quite some time we are spending just on electing people. I know it's quite important, and yeah, we are here, so. But still, I believe quite some time should be spent on more strategical decisions. And also, maybe one of my ideas is also to have, for example, a working group in the beginning to actually inform delegates on what are we here for, why, etc.
We have a question from Eindhoven. Sorry, here, the delegate. And Alejandro, you can start, and then after that.
Hello, Alejandro, Sevilla. Have you guys had the chance to think a little bit about how will you use the structure change to make the gap between local groups and central level smaller? Like, I know it has been a very recent thing, but do you have at least a general idea? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for your question. Yeah, I believe actually this structure change empowers local groups in the sense that, yeah, you have our offerings, so the services that we have, but the initiative to create events, for example, or to develop something can come way more easier from the local groups than from central as it is now.
Thank you for your question. So I also think that it's up to the regional coordinators. Since they're the bridge between ESTIEM and the local groups, it's also going to depend a lot on them. And they're still not there yet, so I think we can also work there.
Julie Knipping, LG Eindhoven. What are you cutting at the CM agenda to make it more strategic?
Can you repeat, please? Sorry.
What are you cutting at the CM agenda to make it more strategic?
Okay, so as I said, we still don't know how this is going to work. We have no idea how the reports are going to work. But I believe that since we're changing so much, we can try to organize it in a more efficient way and leave more time for that. I hope I answered your question.
Delegate, yeah.
It was for Poro? Yeah, okay. So, yeah, I think it's quite hard to say now what exactly can we cut, because it also with the structure change, the council meeting will indeed be different. Maybe the reestablishment of the CM task group can help know exactly where and how to cut.
Okay, question there, and you can already provide the microphone to the front. You had a question, right?
Can I ask?
Yeah,
No?
no.
Okay. Ozan from LG Istanbul Yıldız, and as one of you gonna be the vice president of administration, I was wondering what you think of hierarchy. What hierarchy means to you in 3 words, but not from the book, on your mind.
Sorry,
Hierarchy, like the
about what?
order.
Okay.
Hierarchy. Did I pronounce it wrong?
Yeah.
Hierarchy. I'm sorry.
So, yeah, I think I'm not exactly sure how to address your question, but yeah, we have quite an established hierarchy in ESTIEM. You have board project committees, initiative leaders, then the rest of the people. Or usually this is how we perceive it. And I think also the structure change really influenced that, in the sense that now having the service coordinators and the board, and also, yeah, what I said in terms of making the board more approachable would help to should not, kind of collapse that hierarchy, in the sense that we are all the same, even if we are in different stages of development.
So personally, I prefer flat structures. I believe that in ESTIEM that is also better because it's going to empower people. It also is going to make the process more transparent because we are going to have people involved at higher decisions.
Arda from LG Ankara Weekend, and my question is going to Marga. You say about like giving information before CM to delegates, and is there a specific tool for you to use, like make it efficient? Thank you.
Yeah, in a way that I see is that we are getting the information. You get the booklet and everything. Even before the CM, you got an email with that. What I see is that we can have some bit more interactive. For example, a video showing some small presentation, maybe even a pop quiz about the council meeting. Yeah.
Okay. So we have one more delegate question there.
Timur from local group Moscow. Thank you for your applications, and I have a question to you, Margarita. So in your presentation, you said like you want to organize more IT schools, and as I remember, like the first editions of IT school, they had some problems like with the participants, and don't you think like there is like a lack of motivation of STEAMers to get like IT skills, and don't you think you need to motivate people to get more IT skills? Thank you.
Thanks for your question. I see it also as IT schools can be focused on something, and that something is what we need to find in terms of, in which direction do IEM students want to go? For example, we want to learn how to build websites. Okay, so let's have an IT school more focused on that. We want to, something, if someone wants to create a game, for example, then having an IT school more focused on that. So I feel like, if we create a bit more of a focus point in IT schools, actually more people would be interested in them.
Okay, one more question there.
Okay, Marina from LG Novi Sad. Thank you for your presentation. For Marga, you said you plan to increase flow of information between local group and central and STEAM, but you actually don't answer the question, how do you plan to do it? So, you have anything?
Thank you for your question. Indeed, the how can be as we do it now with newsletters, or I would go still with the newsletters, but maybe in different kind of newsletter. So not only the written ones, but for example, videos of what's happening.
Okay, is there also a question that only goes for Franziska? Okay, then Robert, he was first on the list.
Robert, LG Eindhoven. Yeah, to Francesca. We saw all in your goals that you're really passionate about CR. What made you apply for the board instead of CRC leader?
Thank you, Robert, for your question. Well, first of all, I also believe that by applying it for the board, I'm not enabled anymore to work with the CRC. I can also become the board responsible if that's okay by the rest of the boards. But of course, it's something I have to discuss with them. And then, I also believe that from all my experience and from my passion for the network, I believe that I can add more value and I can be more useful to the network by applying for the board. That's why I'm here.
Okay. Wout was the soort. Okay.
Wout, Lookgroup Gothenburg, Lookgroup Eindhoven, also for Francisca. You mentioned that at the council meeting you hear a lot of no's, but then you persevere and keep on working for what you believe is right. However, I think the council has a super important say in what the board is supposed to be doing. So the no's they have are the things they believe in, what is right. So how are you going to ensure that you listen to the council and to your co-boardies when working in your board year?
I said it in the concept of the CRC, not regarding council meetings. And with perseverance, I mean that I like to fight for I know what's right. And I don't give up when things turn south. And so I believe that I'm a fighter, and that's also taught to me by the CRC. Did that answer to your question?
Can you clarify?
So how are you going to make sure that you're going to listen to the whole council and to your co-boardies when you have a strong opinion yourself?
It's not like my definition of perseverance must be different from yours, because I don't think that it's about being stubborn. I think it's about just never giving up and about listening to the decision of the council. That's what democracy is all about. Of course, I know that the board reflects the decision of the council, so it's important what I believe, but it's also important what the whole council believes.
How?
I think it's about common sense. I'm not going to be a dictator.
Okay, then we have Timon.
Live stream question from Sezen from LG Istanbul Boğaziçi. To both admins, you both are aware of the problems in the portal. Why are you planning to help now, but was not involved before? To understand the problem a bit deeper, what did hold you from joining before?
So you're asking what made us join now and not before the board? Or? IT, okay. So my way of working is that I'm 100% focused on what I'm doing. And initially I thought about joining the ITC, but I was already too much overload with everything that I had. And in my timeline, I also explained what I've been doing. And I've actually been doing things as I have time. I believe in dedicating myself to things instead of being in a lot of places at the same time.
Yeah, for me it was, I only became more aware of the portal when I became student guide project leader. And then, of course, I didn't have that much time left, so I wasn't able to join ITC. After my mandate ended, I had to focus a little bit on my studies. So yeah, for me it was mainly time, the issue there.
Is there anything more from the live stream that you would like to ask? Because there are a lot of people. Okay. All right, then thank you very much. Yeah, as with all the other questions we had in the council meeting, just write questions on the live stream if you still had some. There was a long list of people that couldn't ask the question, unfortunately, but write them online, okay? Thanks. Yeah. Yeah. Yes. Yeah, I gave like 5 questions to the actors also. I gave like 5 questions. I slightly disagree, but okay, I will pay more attention to that. So, okay, now we will have a break, and today we have the luxury of having. Hey, sit down. Sit down, guys. Today we have the luxury of having a bit longer breaks than yesterday, so 30 minutes break. But when the timer is in 0, I want you seated, okay? No, like running around in the hallway. All right, enjoy the break. No, not in the new one, because we changed yesterday the schedule.
We were ready to go.
Sorry. Yeah, sorry, but because of yesterday, we changed the forum and we put the IT project.
For the application for leadership for the projects, that there's someone like for something. Yes? Because it's not on the portal and I have been here yesterday, so I don't know whether the applicants. Okay. I just saw that number. There was you in the for the journals, but I don't know whether there's somewhere else on the portal. Okay. Most likely we're going to share the private agenda with you, so you can take copies. Okay. Yeah. This is everything that I don't have all things. This goes also for two. Thank you. No, you're saying that the live stream. Let me share the private agenda with the voting committee because they need to know who actually applied it there. We need Alexa's name. What? Just one copy? Yeah. We could do it. What's the guy's last name? Who? What's the IT project leader's last name? Alexas Stankovic. Okay, let me find them. Let's go there for. Yasin goes to the other folder in case there's something happens with our current presentation. Like, I didn't delete your other presentation, I just moved it to another folder because something happens with it. Your name is can open it. Yeah. It was 17.1. It's me now? No. Education. Oh, education. Yeah. Yes. Yeah. Okay. You just move it. After I open Francisca's application, I am more careful. You're gonna rock it. I hope so. I don't have. I didn't repeat a lot. Maybe only once. Because the slide made yeah, it's also inferior. something.
Yeah, can we make a list because there's quite a few.
Like both Zine delegates missed applications that they are gonna vote upon. In the handtasche.
Both of them? Okay. Who else?
Or you can do it
I don't know. I was just sitting there.
like that. Well, it's almost there. Change it. No. Okay. It's like, oh, we changed the slide too soon, and then like,
Hey,
oops.
I think it works out well. I think for everything.
Becky?
Okay.
Okay.
Thanks.
Sometimes
Merci. Like some manager is it?
yeah, I also have a slight problem. I'm a bit over sober. I'm a bit over sober. Is there any way of fixing it?
Yeah, I have gin, but I don't have tonic. I have this lemonade, which we can fill with
Is it to be okay?
So I would like to punish Siegen.
It's already here.
Yes.
And it was the... I have few. It was Victor you brought to it. The name tag. You brought the name tag, right?
No, I don't.
Okay, never mind. Then it was... Okay, never mind. Siegen, yeah, Siegen is already here.
Okay.
Yeah, just easier thing to talk to amongst think alike.
It's my local group, but it's okay.
Prego. Saba. Anche business.
So the people who are applying, we're not on the board.
Yeah, I thought that having one of those was sending you 60 emails. Scary.
Shit, bro. But most of them are shit anyway.
Yeah.
Thank you. How are you, Becky? Good? And? By the way, try to move around more because you guys are really stationary. And it's really cool, like when a Brody comes and sits next to you. For example, this is what happened to me in Budapest when I was alone. Usually I had no one there. So Rada came, sat next to me. We made some jokes. It was super cool. I think it would be very motivating, especially for delegates. If you somehow can push yourself to some free spots, it would be cool. Yeah, I know. For example, Nish would be nice to be next to. Okay, that's good. Yeah, just try to pick out the ones that only have one delegate, like Cambridge as well. Luis, do you want to add some people to the list who were not here but should have been? It's not very long. So we have Siegen, we have Lina, we have Lunter, Victor, which one? He was here. Yeah, he could be. Thank you very much.
Habt ihr den gleichen? Links, rechts, den brauche ich immer. Genau, das wird vorwärts sein, das andere wird vorwärts sein. Ja, weil wenn du das erste Mal so ein Ding in der Hand hast, und dann verkehrt du dich was. Ja, das ist normal.
Becky kommt gerade zu uns. Ich glaube, bei euch wird die Fragerunde jetzt richtig hart.
Super. Ey, pass auf, du wackelst hier. Nicht, dass du dich jetzt verbrochen hast.
Ich hätte nicht versucht, was.
Aber ich glaube, so zittert jeder. Das hier oben, der, ne? Der da. Ey, und nutzt die Breite aus, ne? Geh mal von hier, gehst du mal nach da vorne. Ne? Also immer so. Ja, weil das Problem ist, wenn du dann so stehst, dann stehst du halt grundsätzlich so, aber wenn du gehst, dann fällt es halt auf. Argumentierst du mit Händen? Argumentierst du ein bisschen mit Händen?
Ja, das ist natürlich.
Weil das Problem ist, wenn du viel stehst oder so stehst.
Ja, ich habe ja beide Hände voll, von daher.
Ja, okay, dann musst du
das nicht so machen.
Oh, that was a very big flip. That's my first.
Badam bam bam, badam bam bam, badam bam badam bam.
Da, da, da, da.
Power pose.
Is that? What is the purpose? You make something to make you feel strong.
What shall we do with a big fat pony? What shall we do with a big fat pony? What shall we do?
I don't think that is a power pose. Sunny bitte an Kasse 7, Sunny bitte an Kasse 7.
Look at my picture. That's the first. Check it so.
So yeah, do you feel comfortable?
Yeah, kind of. I need a little bit of alcohol to get more relaxed, and then. Yeah, do you have any advice, like, to getting more? Especially it's like power. Yeah, okay.
Power poses really is the main one. You can talk to yourself in the mirror, but like that also generally helps pep talking yourself into the mirror. You can try just already. Like the problem is that a lot of nervosity lies in. Like once you get started, it will go well, but what can go wrong is the mic not working. Will I not project my voice well enough? So just go on the mic and tell a joke. Tell a joke to time it.
A time and joke.
Or tell a joke to them.
Oh, come on.
Go to them. Tell to Leonard.
They make fun of Leonard.
I have no idea.
Thomas, are you dead?
If you can think of something. You
No,
can't.
I can't. Oh.
Slaap, kindje, slaap. Daar buiten loopt een schaap. Een schaap met witte voetjes. Die drinkt zijn melk zo zoet.
Come on, turn your radio on. It's Friday night, it won't be long.
Arbeitsgruppe Wirtschaftsingenieure.
Ist das nicht die Hobelbank?
Ja, das ist die Hobelbank.
Hobelt sie nicht blitzeblank? Hobelbank. Ja, das ist die Hobelbank. Heute wird gehobelt, morgen ist sie blank. Ist das nicht die Kunigunde?
Ja, das ist die Kunigunde.
Hat die nicht einen Schwanz im Munde? Kunigunde. Hobelbank. Ja, das ist die Hobelbank. Heute wird gehobelt, morgen ist sie blank. Okay, it's enough.
Ist das nicht der VW?
Damn. Du kannst sagen, bei Petro kannst du sagen, der ist mit Nachnamen Scholler. Ist es nicht der Petro Scholler? Hat er nicht einen kleinen Cola?
Ist das nicht der Kaida Dama?
Den kannte ich noch nicht.
Nicht? Hat er dir den nicht erzählt, oder?
Wir haben noch Israel-Fick-Befehl. Ist das nicht der Israel? Doch, kein.
By the way, the punishment you do it after the board application.
After? Move.
I don't know, it's a bit, since it's the local group of, like its son's local group, it might make do you think it would influence? If not, we can...
Like the thing is, it's only the board applicants today. They basically, once the applicants are over, the J is over. We should do it right now after the, like, because it's today. It doesn't influence, honestly.
Like you're
Don't worry so much. Fucking hell, stupid. I don't know. I don't know.
like in Tavi, is there other delegates on the list as well?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's quite a
So
lot.
you're not the only.
Yeah, just need it. No, it's already FN. It's toggled. Let's try now.
But I think it's...
Second. Wait. I will check the audio. I will turn off.
But I think it's a cable problem. It's not...
Yeah?
The song is Moonshine Sonata.
What? Just chase it. Okay, let's try again. Be ready? Sorry, guys. No, but I can't plug it in. That's the problem. Because something's wrong with this one.
For the punishment, we need a special music. A Moonshine Sonata of Beethoven.
For which punishment?
The delegates, which arrived late, have to do the Rauklock.
But they are here?
Yeah, they arrived now.
I have a list.
They are the worst delegates.
Yeah, let's see.
Yeah. Like I have a list
I
here.
don't know how they were in between.
No, Ziggy was missing now.
Yeah, but Linköping, the whole, like also the 2 days, the first 2 days, always sleeping, coming late to GA. Like
Yeah, you can call them Linköping first and call the others afterwards. And like the punishment will be Okay, we need to wait for.
Yeah.
I will put it here in case we get the music to work. It was playing sound for me yesterday, right?
Yeah, we're using the microphone. We could cancel this. Yeah, this is also not working. Like, we were trying to.
Would it work tomorrow? Oh, it kind of worked yesterday, right?
Yeah, but the thing is, his YouTube is not working at all. That's the bad
Oh,
problem.
really?
Okay, 8 minutes. Yeah? You still show the timer? The problem is when I plug this in, everyone is gonna die. So, can someone run and try to find Thiago and also inform others that we have 5 minutes left?
Sit down. Du kannst das machen, wenn du das darüber Bescheid weißt.
Schnapp mir das mal, ja?
You no longer have permission to access this document, it says.
I'm sorry.
It said like, you don't have permission to access this document.
But you're in it now.
Yeah, but I cannot change anything. All right, guys. You can continue talking later, but we had half an hour break. Clock is ticking.
Stefan, Olli? VWI?
Also, alumni.
Stefan, Olli?
Demo. Ten, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3. Rebecca will do that. Thiago, what happens? Did you take my permission?
You are not worthy anymore.
Hijo de puta.
Okay, guys, please sit down. Dass ich schon mal hier steht, das möchte ich. Nee, Mondschein ist Mondschein?
Come on, guys. Let's sit down. Settle down.
Portuguese in the back, sit down. Portuguese in the middle, sit down.
In the meantime, I would like to call the delegate from Lund, Lina, the delegates from Siegen, both, Victor from Trondheim, Lassie, Steph, Mafalda, Sissy, and Linköping up to the front. Okay, so we're currently having board applications, which is really important, and especially for delegates. You are voting on this. Missing board applications is not okay. So,
especially when they're not at the party. Especially when you're not at the party the night before. So how can you be so tired when you go home at 2 a.m., 1 a.m., you still have 6 hours of sleep? Like, guys, ESTIEM is work hard, play hard. Not work hard, work harder. Yes? So?
Is Lund here?
And I should also be on time.
Lund? Where are the delegates from Lund?
Rebecca, can you just include Porto somehow? Because the flag, I can get the flag back. Ivana.
And a local group lost their flag. Aye. If you want your flag back, you have to join us on stage.
Vasco.
Okay, so during the break, we were thinking about a punishment, and our guests from VWE had a lovely suggestion and would like to share their VWE tradition with us.
Yeah. We got the opportunity to bring one of the VWE punishments over here, because we have a little shamey situation. Oliver's coming from the local group Siegen as well, and he's part, like me, from the board of the VWE. And now the local group of Siegen came too late this morning, and so on, we got the opportunity to bring one of our parishioners over here, and Oliver will explain it now.
Willem, come to the stage.
Yeah, hello, I'm Oliver from local group Siegen as well, and in our organization we've called the Caterpillar. It's in German Die Raupe. So just watch and enjoy. Wait. So, Ennis, you have to make it, and everybody on the stage is too late, have to do it as well. So, come on, try.
I would love to see this happening at the same time. Can you all do it at the same time also? Like a big pile of caterpillars here on the stage. Everybody. Yeah, you. Yeah, can you do it parallel? At the same time. Do it at... Vasco, come on. Who's faster? Beautiful. Especially with this nice music in the background. It's back from my time. Okay, thank you very much, VWE. And yeah, we have here from Istanbul Yildiz the name tag. Please pick it up later. It's ripped off. Ayşenur. Later, like just pick it up later. All right. So we can continue now with the applications for the position of the Vice President of Education, and I invite Min to the stage. Yeah.
Okay. Hello, guys. Hello, everyone. I want to start a little bit to talk about books before I really start with my application, because I think books are really great and they can share so many histories, so many stories, so many knowledge. And every one of us is actually writing his own book. And today, I want to tell you about my book of life, The Journey of a Small Man, because you can see, visually, I'm not very, very big, okay? And why I'm talking today in front of you is because I want to add a new chapter to that book. And that's why I'm applying today for the Vice President of Education and want to write with you this chapter together and make a new great capital in my book. Okay, but first of all, I want to let you know who's that guy who's standing in front of you writing this book. I'm Ming Le. I'm from local group Berlin or / Bangkok. I'm a 23-year-old IEM student in my first master semester at the Technical University in Berlin. And what is very important for me, I'm not Chinese, I'm not Japanese, I'm Vietnamese. And even if I don't look like that, I'm also German. And I'm very famous in ESTIEM for my hand hug. So for the delegates who don't know what it is, approach me at the break and I show it to you, okay? Before I tell you why I want to add that new chapter, I want to show you the previous chapter I already went through. And this chapter is my journey in ESTIEM. I want to tell you how I came to that point where I want to apply for the Vice President of Education. I started my ESTIEM journey as a very young, powerful, energyful student in 2013. And when I started to study, I somehow passed the house. This house was my local group, sitting somewhere here, everywhere. And yeah, somehow they invited me. I enjoyed to be there. I liked to be there. And that's why I stayed, and I'm still in my local group in Berlin. Not late after that, I noticed that we have actually many connections to other houses in Europe. Maybe your house, or maybe your house on that side. And yeah, but at the beginning, I didn't really use that opportunity to visit your houses. And I stayed the first 2 years mainly in my house, played in different rooms, tried different stuff, and do different things. But after 2 years, I somehow decided, yeah, maybe to visit some houses. First in my neighborhood, what we call regions. And after that, I visited some more houses, a little bit more far away. And now I'm standing here in front of you and have visited already so many different houses, and every house of you was like kind of very pave my way through ESTIEM. On that path, somewhere I decided to take more responsibility in my local group and applied for the board for the local responsible in Berlin. At the same time, I wanted to contribute to ESTIEM more and develop my local group further. And currently, I'm still the local responsible in Berlin. There was one event after I get the local responsibility event, which I think is very important for my path in Central ESTIEM I took. That was the first edition of the IEM Education Forum. For you people who don't know what it is, the IEM Education Forum is the event which connects students, professors, company representatives to discuss about educational matters in ESTIEM, in Europe, and at all universities which are members of ESTIEM. This event was somehow for me an eye-opener. I was always interested in education, but somehow this event showed me what we can actually do. And I can say I found my head. I was looking for all the time, put it on, joined the academic team, and since then I try to support the IEM education with ESTIEM for all of you. On this way, at some point, I also joined the Purpose Task Group, who was working on the mission statements they present the other days. And this activity showed me also the work in Central ESTIEM from the other way, and give me a more broad perspective for which reasons actually ESTIEMers join ESTIEM. Yeah. Okay, now I'm standing here in front of you. Went quite some time in ESTIEM, and why I'm actually standing here, I have 4 main reasons. The first one is the involvement, not just the involvement in education, not just in ESTIEM, but also in my university. Probably some of you know that I'm a teaching assistant at my university until tomorrow. And the second reason is the importance I see in education. When I would ask you how many of you would sit here without your education you enjoyed, probably no one would say, without the education I had, I wouldn't be here. And it gives us a broad opportunities to actually do what we want to do. It's the easiest way to have an impact in the world. The third reason is the impact ESTIEM can have. We are the biggest IEM association in Europe, but how many universities, how many companies come to us and really want our feedback? And we should use this big association to actually influence our education, our development. And the fourth reason, which is for me the most important, is that ESTIEM turned my interest in both in ESTIEM and in education into a passion, which I want to share with all of you. Okay, but the thing is, without clear goals and just with motivation, it doesn't always work to achieve something. So I want to present you what I want to focus on in the next year, and divided it in two parts. First, the general ESTIEM board goals, and secondly, in the goals I have as Vice President of Education. What I want to concentrate on as body of ESTIEM is for sure the contribution to implement the new structure of ESTIEM, which we voted yesterday upon. Next to it, I think it's also important for the new structure to create stronger collaborations, especially inside the departments and inside the services. And because the local groups are actually the most important or the backbone of ESTIEM, I want to also helping and development a strong local group support for local groups who need it so that they can reach more sustainability. For the Vice President of Education, there I see two areas which are actually my task. The first one is the development of ESTIEMers, of all of you, and the second one is the development of IEM in Europe in general. To do that, I want to have my main goal would be to increase the educational impact ESTIEM should have. And to do that, I have three sub-goals. The first one is to improve the university relations ULGs have, because it's much easier to have an educational impact on local level, because most universities have very diverse problems and very individual problems, which we can't tackle on European level. It's also important to reach that goal to have a platform inside ESTIEM which is connected with ESTIEM and which connects professor in that platform. For us in the moment it would be EPM, and I know most of you probably know from the presentation from iTouch that EPM at the moment is not the strongest, and I will want to try to develop it, bring it back again, so that we have that platform. The second goal I have is a better cooperation with external partners. To increase the educational impact of ESTIEM, I would concentrate mainly on collaborations with external partners who are in our field or have a saying in education. But I also want to search and identify new collaborations. For that, we have, for example, at the moment, Cluster, which approach us in the academic team. Cluster is a network out of 12 universities, also many ESTIEM universities, and I see in that organization a high potential to actually complement what we're doing in involving professors to our platform, and also getting that platform for professors to distribute it to all activities, not just to the academic activities like summer academy. Okay, my third goal would be to ensure and raise the quality of services. For that, I have two main things I want to focus on. The first one is the learning goals of events, which we are currently already doing for Vision and academic days. And the second one, what I think is very important, is the mentorship of professionals, because we are all students, and for events, for developing each other, it's hard without having the expertise to have a really high quality content event. Yeah, but I don't want to do it all alone, because I know that in the past many VP of Educations work on that goals and try to increase our educational impact. And I want to build up on that foundation they laid in the past and try to bring that goals even further I want to achieve. For me, Intelligence plus character, that is the true goal of education. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. And we have a second applicant, Tomasz.
It, 1.5 years ago, CM Austria. I was in the same position that most of you are now, attending my first council meeting, trying to be aware of everything that is going on. Not only because I was going to be an organizer in the following council meeting, but also because I was amazed by what was this organization doing that motivated so many students around Europe to start to gather together and to start walking towards a same goal. But first I'm going to talk a little bit about myself. I'm Tomás Ribeiro, I'm 22 years old, and I come from local group Porto. I love to spend time with my friends, I love football, I practice karate since I was 7 years old, and recently I joined this amazing family that made me discover a new passion in my life, entrepreneurship. Lastly, I would like to share with you a quote that I believe and I try to follow. Speak up, believe in yourself, take risks. My mother always said, son, you have to find your mission in this world. And even though I didn't find it yet, I'm sorry, Mom, but I believe this is the right approach for me to address all the challenges that I face, for me to start having a positive impact in others and start leaving my mark in this world. I joined ESTIEM around 2.5 years ago when I attended my first event in Brain Trainer in Germany. I started being active in a local level, and by the end of the year I was appointed local responsible of local group Porto. A few weeks later I was attending my first council meeting. Some months later, my first event in a central level, and then magic happened. Council meeting Porto, the most tiring but the most inspiring and rewarding week of my life. I even applied for Business Booster Project Leader, even though I was active in the project for only 6 months. I thought that this was the right moment for me to start leaving my impact in this network. I attended my first ESTIEM college last summer in Madrid, Leaders Workshop, a council meeting in Novi Sad, as well as a Leaders Workshop before this week in Krakow. And today, in the 54th council meeting of ESTIEM, I'm hereby applying for Vice President of Education of the 28th board of ESTIEM. But why education? I've been living what can be called a life-changing experience. I'm currently doing my Erasmus in Enschede, the Netherlands, and right from the beginning of the semester, I was amazed on how the IEM education system is in this country. The modern approach, the modern way the professors address their classes, the approach they have towards their students, the ability they have to inspire and to motivate them to achieve more than what they expect. I found myself enjoying this, my educational experience more than ever, feeling comfortable and feeling motivated to learn more than what I was thinking of. And then I started to think that wouldn't it be interesting if I would be able to bring back some of the knowledge that I'm acquiring here and to my own university back in Porto so that we can start filling the lackings there? And then I start thinking an even broader picture. If we have this difference between Portugal and the Netherlands, there will be certainly many more differences all over Europe. ESTIEM for 27 years has been growing and growing and growing, and I believe that now we are in the position where we have the strength to start leaving our impact in the IEM studies in Europe. And that was what made me set my vision for my application. Develop IM in ESTIEM. And how I'm going to achieve this vision? By setting 4 main goals. Goals that will be always in my mind in all the time I will spend as a boardie. Empower the European professors of industrial engineering and management. I see EPIM as the potential biggest asset ESTIEM could have, and though we are not taking full advantage of its resources. If we have a good partnership and we have a sustainable network, two sustainable networks, we will be able to improve the quality of our events, the quality of our educational activities, and to increase our credibility towards our stakeholders. I want to start involving ESTIEM alumni in the process, since I believe they are the ones who will be more motivated to restart this project. I will start increasing the visibility among IM professors. In the end, they are our target group, and they should be aware of the value and opportunities they can create by joining this network. Improve the concept of IM forum and EPIM meeting so that professors, students, and organizations can collaborate together in order to improve our IM curricula. And check with all of them the possibility of creating an official organization, since I believe this will be the best approach to ensure the sustainability and growth of the network. As you know, in Business Booster, we did our first online course. And even though we didn't have the amount of participants we are aiming for, I still consider this as a successful experience. The students that actually finished the course found it really useful and inspiring to pursue their entrepreneurial career. We see that Lean Six Sigma already has an online course, ELP, and the academic team also wants to create. And I want to support them in this process by developing the concept with alumni and the EPIM professors. In the end, they are the ones that know the art skills, and they will have the best approach in order to teach them via online. To build online courses and webinars together with them, to ensure the quality and credibility of our material. And lastly, create an European learning platform that will allow students from all over Europe to attend the best courses in the best universities without actually having to go there and still receive the same accreditations as the other students in the university. Increase the personal development activities. As we can see in this graphic, STEAMers are expecting to learn soft skills when they apply for events. However, we are lacking personal development events. And there are many STEAMers that are in the waiting lists, waiting to be registered in these events. We are having the demand, and the STEAM is lacking the offer. And I want to change that too. And lastly, to create a leaders mentorship program. This goal was inspired in the Barta Youth, the Business Booster alumni, that has provided me an unbelievable help throughout my mandate. Nothing I accomplished will be possible without him, because he provided me a lot of support, knowledge, training. Every time I had to make a hard decision, he was there for me, but most important, inspiration. And I believe that if we gather former leaders and STEAM alumni to help the service leaders and the STEAM leaders, they will be able to grow better, grow faster, and contribute more to the network. My goals as a boardie. I'm sure that the final board goals will be set with 5 other STEAMers. However, I believe this should be in the mindset of the 28th board. Ensure the proper implementation of the new structure. This is the first step towards innovation, and we have to make sure that it has the right implementation and it will fulfill the STEAMers' expectations. To support the developments of our local groups. In the end, each and every one of us come from a local group. And we, as Central STEAM, have to make sure that we provide the help, the support the local groups need to ensure their sustainability and their growth inside the network. And lastly, to support all the boardies during their mandate. This is not going to be 1 year. This is going to be the year. And I want to make sure that every person involved in it will enjoy it as much as I'm sure I will. Learning gives you creativity. Creativity leads to thinking. Thinking provides you knowledge. And knowledge makes you great. And with your help, we will make ESTIEM great. Thank you.
Completely fucked up. Agora confiamos.
Any more applicant? Vasco. 2 positions at the same time? All right, then we proceed with questions. Stephanie?
Yeah, I have a question to the both of you because you both, of course, mentioned implementing, continued implementation of the new structure. But maybe, as you might have read, also in the proposal that the board put initially, they would like to eliminate the position of VP of Education. So yeah, I would like to know from you, how do you see this?
Yeah, I'm aware that I also read the proposal, and the board proposed for the position of VP of Elimination to be eliminated. However, I don't believe that will be the best approach, and I will make sure that I will leave my opinion to this board and to the next of the board. I already gave to this board too. I think there should be someone focused only in IMM education in the board. Of course, all the boards should have the mindset, but there should be someone responsible to follow up the strategic decisions that are taken.
I'm thinking it's, first of all, very important that all the bodies are thinking about education, but I think it's also important to have one board position which are focused on education. It doesn't matter how what the name is at the end, but some bodies should focus on education. That is very important for us because we are students and we want to develop, and yes.
They're directly next to you. And then after that, Kinga.
Tim, LG Dortmund. Of course, we can only vote for one of you, so which is of course a pity. So, can you please just briefly tell us what are your plans if we don't vote for you? How will you go on that?
I'm still inside the academic team and would also support Tomasz in the education and development of ours. And yeah, I would still be there to actually help him out in what I want to do and what he wants to do. Not to vote, what?
Not to vote for you.
Why it shouldn't vote for me?
No. I think the question was, correct me if I'm wrong.
Okay, so if we don't vote upon you, because if you don't get elected, how will you go on?
What's the future plan if you don't get elected?
I answered it.
Okay.
If we don't
I answered it.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you don't.
Okay, good.
Yeah, if I'm not elected, I'm probably focused on the continuous development of the online courses. I will have more time to work in this. It was a project I really love to start in Business Booster, and I will continue helping the Business Booster team and possibly the other teams in starting developing these online courses.
Yeah, and after that we have Selin.
Kinga, local group Warsaw. My question goes to both of you. I would like to ask you how you would like to support local groups in consolidation their relationship with university authority. Thank you. And I'm interested in some examples. Thank you.
So, as Francisca said, the biggest bridge between local groups and central levels are the local responsible. So it will, one of the goals will be for the local responsibles to have a closer approach to the local groups, to really understand their needs, and then together with the board to provide trainings specifically to each local group and work in the needs the local groups have.
What we are already doing in the academic team, for example, is approaching local groups to actually helping us out to approach their professors for example, the IEM Education Forum or soon the IEM survey, so that they actually get in contact with the professors and maybe get them to ESTIEM. And maybe I also think it's important to convince the professors of ESTIEM, because when they see ESTIEM is a really great network, they will also support in the local groups. In the university, the local groups.
Okay, after Selin, we have Doxy.
Okay, Selin from local group Istanbul Boğaziçi. My question is to Tomasz. I really like the idea about the mentorship between leaders and former leaders and alumni. Do you have any idea or like plans how you will implement it?
Yes, I will start approaching formal leaders. The idea here is to create kind of a mentorship program specifically to the services, because it's important that the people providing help went through the same experience as the leaders. So approach the previous ESTIEM alumni that were involved in the project or what will become services, and also former leaders, and gather them and establish the connection between them and the respective leaders so that they can start collaborating together.
Hi, thank you for the presentation, Dr. Alexandri. And since the board goals are a mixture of all the bodies together, which one of your goals would you choose to be considered into the board goals?
Question for both of us?
Yes, for both of you.
So, as I said in my presentation, I'm not defining clear board goals, because, as you said, the board goals will be decided not by me, but by the rest of the esteemers that will be in the board. However, I believe the three main aspects that I mentioned, the right implementation of the new structure, supporting the local groups, and having an enjoyable year should be in the mindset, and supporting the rest of the bodies should be in the mindsets of all the boards. So I would focus on all of this mindset, and yeah.
What I probably would focus on is for sure the implementation of the new structure, because that's something the council decided here, and we are actually, it's important what the council says because we're a democratic organization. That would be my main goal, and I also think it's also should be in all the bodies' mindset to actually support the local groups, because they are our backbone, and without local groups we wouldn't be such a great network.
Okay, thanks. Now I would like to hear two leadership applicants. So first Vasco and then Palau. Can you give microphone? Okay, Vasco first.
Vasco, Local Group Porto. Min, you mentioned in your goals to develop the cooperations we have with other student organizations. How exactly do you think we can develop those relations, and what type of cooperations do you have in mind?
For example, with AIM, we already have kind of grant application, because AIM want to develop a new IEM master program in Europe. So we will be important to give them feedback how the master program is. And I also mentioned cluster. I mentioned cluster because they approached us a few days ago. They have a very similar event to our IEM Education Forum, which is, I think, in the moment, a very important tool to actually go to professors. And with cluster, I think it's, for example, we can actually really implement with each other, because we can provide the student network and they can actually provide the professors network to actually getting in the discussion to really do something in IEM education.
After Palau, we have the live stream.
Well, my question was mostly asked by Vasco, but I would also like to ask you, what's your plan with the collaborations with the associations in the US, with IESE and ASAM? You plan to the collaboration still to be carried out by local groups? You plan to move it to central level?
At the moment, I didn't think much about it, but I see that at the moment with the American associations, we have much local group relations. I will take my look into it, see what is possible, what is not possible, because the awareness of the American student organizations are not that big among esteemers, and I also I know what we're doing at the moment, but I want to see what is more possible. And then after that, I will decide.
Live stream?
Yep. Stein Lenders from Eindhoven and Tampere. Okay. So to Thomas, to Tomasz, why should we want to become an online university while it is not our core competence? Shouldn't we be the connecting factor instead of the educator?
We are not going to become an online platform. We are going to give the students, our ESTIEMers, the possibility to attend good courses in other universities without having to spend an Erasmus semester there. So the idea with this online platform is to allow the students to redirect their curriculum and to choose which courses they want to complement from the ones they are taking in the universities. We will not become an online university. We are going to provide students other possibilities to attend courses in real universities.
Okay.
I think I understand. Did I answer the question?
Well, it is from Stein, so he cannot give a feedback right now. But is there another high-ranked question in the live stream? Because no? Yeah? Okay, then because we have a lot of people on the live stream and yeah, okay, then do that.
Tom, LG Eindhoven. You both mentioned EPIEM in your presentation. Tomasz really focused quite a bit on it. Have you talked with previous VPs of education on how useful it is to continue with EPIEM, and what are you actually going to do? Why are we still putting focus on EPIEM?
Yes, I talked with previous VP of Education, and I am aware of the current situation of the organization. However, I believe that we didn't transmit to the professors the value and the opportunities they can create by working together. The organization didn't have the time and enough people to really create value to themselves and to ESTIEM. So I believe that by dedicating more effort on that and by trying to use a different approach, we will be able to increase the network and increase our collaborations with them.
Also already talked with ex-vice president of education about it, and I also talked with the organizers in Paderborn a little about it because I was supporting it. And for me, it's actually more important to have a professor's platform which is connected to ESTIEM and the platform which connects the professors. For me, it don't necessarily have to be EPM, but because EPM is at the moment the most connected to ESTIEM, I want to try to make it great again. And but for me, it can also be other professional organizations like AIM at the moment, or also Cluster, which I mentioned.
Okay, then Amani was still okay. Then Mikko has the last question for today, and I invite everyone to post their questions on the beautiful online platform. Mikko.
Mikko from Helsinki. I would like to continue from the Stein's question about the online course. And our experience is that some parts of the creation of the course are actually very time-consuming and difficult. So how do you see the feasibility of creating a capability to repeat the process of creating online courses to actually getting a learning university? Is it feasible from your opinion, and how would you make sure that people would be ready to invest the time needed, which is actually pretty big? To Tomasz.
So in Business Booster, we already have the online course we created, and we already run it for one time. So we are going to collect feedback, and we will start by improving the online course that we already have. So I believe it will be a little bit less time consuming than what was actually to create it. Regarding the other online courses that we still need to create, my vision would be to actually use kind of the approach that you guys use, to leave this and to empower the local groups to with this, so give the possibility to the local groups to work together with a professor with their university that is also motivated to develop the online course, and the professor will provide the knowledge and the quality content, and the students will create on building the online course together with the central teams that already have the knowledge. So it will not be time consuming in the central level, it will be, in my opinion, an interest project for the students in the universities to develop together with their professors.
All right, thank you very much. So both of you, thanks for the presentations. And now we have applications for Vice President of Finance.
Hello. Unfortunately for you, it's not internal regulation changes, but yeah. So yeah, my name is Yassine Belrazi. I'm from SG Grenoble in Eindhoven, and it's a great honor for me to present you my application for Vice President of Finance for the 28th Board of ESTIEM. So first, let me more tell you about myself. So, as I told you, I have this experience in two local groups, Grenoble and Eindhoven, that are very different and very nice. I started, as you can see, I lived in 7 different cities from my whole life. So the ESTIEM traveling life is not very something I didn't know before. Right now I live in Lyon, where I'm having my internship that will end by the start of the board year. I'm a big fan of football, and yeah, I'm 23 years old. So, by the way, Felix, long hair suits you well. I like natural one though. So I will tell you a bit more about my path in ESTIEM, so how it started. So it started with this group of people in Grenoble when I joined. We're a small group, but we had nice big dreams, big goals, and we're quite proud with what we've became. So it started in April 2015. That's when I joined the local group, but it was not until my first event. So it was the council meeting in Vienna. It kind of all started for me. After that, I joined the central ESTIEM a bit. In the FLC, I was responsible for the budget team. So after that, as you can see, I was promoted to FLC leader when I applied in August of 2016. The stripes, by the way, are the events I went to, so you can see the distribution. And I've also been co-RC of regional coordinator, co-regional coordinator with Tariq Rihani for the Alpine region, which also gave me the experience to be very close to local groups and also understand what kind of differences and struggles, but also what kind of richness we have in ESTIEM that we still need a bit to exploit. And all of this led to today for my application for the Vice Presidency of Finance. So before I want to detail a bit my events. So I joined 18 events in the last 18 months. So mainly it was for ESTIEM development, so 13 working events, counting this council meeting. Beside those, I organized 4 events. I was also involved in several PCIs, so grants committee, of course the FLC. I was also in other projects like Brain Trainer and the start with the creation of the academic team, which gave me kind of a really nice broad view about how ESTIEM is structured. So before talking about my goals, I want to first show you how I envision ESTIEM. What are the most important things that I see? So the first asset we have are local groups and their members, so you, ESTIEMers here. And that is the most valuable thing we have, and that's the thing we should develop the first. Next to that, ESTIEM has a direction that needs to push it through to, of course, develop IEMers and develop the local groups we have. Next to that, so it's important for me, once you have all these local groups, you need certain internal processes and methods to work in order to fulfill the direction we have set. And of course, set where ESTIEM is in its environment. So we have this whole set of externals, partners, sponsors, and it's important to know where we position ourselves exactly. So this is the reason why I set this type of goals. So the first ones are more position-related goals. So for a vice president of finance, the most important things is not really to innovate in the position, but more to do things properly. Do things properly in keeping ESTIEM's finances healthy, in doing the bookkeeping right, with having this team of financial controllers as well, keeping the communication collaboration right. And for me, I set this goal of ensuring that we follow right and we fulfill the grants strategy that we have voted upon during the last council meeting in Novi Sad, along with the grants committee. Alongside those, I have set few, as a board member, goals that I want to fulfill or to push in my year in the board. So the first one is to empower the member associations of ESTIEM. So as I explained earlier, those are our best asset that we have. The second one is to ensure smooth transitional structure change. So as we engage now, the council has voted upon this new structure change, and it's our duty to set it right and also evaluate it in case it needs more improvement in the future. And for me, the last goal will be to continue developing all the ESTIEM processes, working methods. So I will detail a bit more. So for empowering the member association of ESTIEM, the most important thing is, for me, as I see it, is to connect local groups, because there is a lot of benefits there. There's a lot of knowledge, and this knowledge is not, at the moment going through a lot through central ESTIEM, but we can really improve it if the knowledge also goes directly from local groups to local groups. That can be done, for example, by training the local board. So the board has at least 10 events together, has maybe 4 or 5 events not together. So that leaves at least 30, 34 events where they travel towards the year, meets several different local groups. So here the opportunity is also to set, once a board member visits a local group, also sit down with them on the table and try to figure out what are the struggles, and maybe also train them accordingly from whatever need they're lacking. Third one is also to review the regional concept. So we have so many regions in ESTIEM. As we have seen in reports, it's not very efficient everywhere, so it's also important to review that because, again, there's a lot of potential. And in the recoms as well, that also I experienced it during my experience as a co-RC. Concerning the development of the internal processes, so the first one is to continue the regulatory structure empowerment, or to structure it better. We have started this year with we started now with the membership process. We still have other projects we want to go through, so I really want to push it through. Also with the installation of legal controllers. So also to improve the information flow in ESTIEM. That's something very interesting here, between inside central ESTIEM, but also between central ESTIEM and the local groups. And the third thing is to optimize the council meetings output. I see here a very good opportunity because we're gathering a lot of actives and a lot of people with a lot of knowledge, and there is more opportunity to get more outputs for ESTIEM. So if you envision ESTIEM the same way as I do, then and if you like the goals that I just presented to you, then just vote for me. Thank you for presentation.
Thank you very much. Any more applicants?
Robert?
Mario, you want to apply? Okay, then we continue to questions. And we start with Joanna.
Joanna Alginavisad, thank you for your presentation. So can you elaborate a little bit on the regions and recoms? You said you want to change the concept and something like that. So how do you plan on doing that?
Yeah, thank you for your question. It's not changing the concept, but improving the concept. So I've organized 2 recoms with Tarek and of 2 different regions. On one there was a joint recom with 2 regions. So what we also noticed, it's very hard to understand what to do exactly with every local group, and sometimes it's more into developing the regional spirit. So what I want to push it more into the direction of, so we have 2 recoms. The first one we could, for example, train the LRs, get them some directions, sit down with them again, as I said, on the table and try to figure out a plan. And on the second one, see how it went and maybe go into further development like that.
Mario, and after that we have Sissi.
He already answered to my question.
Okay, then Sissi, and after Sissi we have Nadia.
Sisi, local group ex VP of Finance. This position that you're applying for can be super operational at a time and time consuming. So let's say hard to really focus on other things. So how do you plan to structure your time, and do you have like one really big goal that you want to work the whole time, or you'd like to spread it more at a time? Or
you mean for the core tasks of a VP of Finance or the other goals?
Yes, and for your board work and workload.
Yeah, so for, I've already discussed this also with other VP of Finances. I believe the workload can be, for the core task of a VP of Finance, they can be handled, it's not really the biggest part. It needs to be done properly, checked out properly. I think regular checking it regularly, checking the books regularly, doing whatever you need to do regularly, I think is the key here. I don't really see a lot big problem here. Otherwise, regarding the board goals, those needs to be set with the whole board. And I will finish my internship also by the start of board year, so I will have plenty of time to focus on whatever I need to focus on.
Louise, you had a comment to Joanna?
Okay.
Okay, then I would first like to hear Nadia, because she's applying for financial controller.
Nadia, LG Eindhoven. The structure change had a vision that all projects will also be centralized in the same budget. Are you in favor of that? And if yes, how would you put this through? Like, how do you envision that?
Well, centralizing in a whole budget, here there is an opportunity for ESTIEM first, because projects are valued differently from the sponsors and from our externals. So here there is also opportunity to have certain balance between all projects, and also benefits from ESTIEM. So it's like ESTIEM sponsors and also project sponsor. So I think we will go first into that direction, see how it works out, and if there is need for improvement, we'll improve it. And hope I answered you.
Okay, Louise, you want to do your question now?
Okay, Louise from Stockholm. So also in the structured change proposal, the board wanted to give more responsibility to the RCs by proposing to remove the MC. How do you see this fitting to your regional development goal?
So one of the goals I mentioned there is also the reevaluation of the board positions. So that was a proposition made by the board, by the current board, but it will probably be implemented by the next board. So that's also a decision to make with the other boards. Personally, I have been close to Leticia, and I've seen also the workload and the struggles. In my personal opinion, I don't see one person being responsible of 80 locker groups. It should more be spread out, but that's my personal opinion.
Then we had Lassie over there.
Lassi Lappeenranta. I remember like when I started my board year, one of the first things was that I said was I will have nothing to do with money, I will not have nothing to do with external relations, therefore your goals personally to me are not interesting. But what does interest me is what is your personality and how are you as a team player, because as a board you are one unit and you assume certain roles. So I'm just wondering, out of the following 4 categories, which one do you fall into? Are you the one who plans and structures everything? Are you the one who takes action and is very goal-oriented? Are you the one who wants to create new experiences and is very entrepreneurial? Or are you the one who wants to create harmony among people and like make everyone feel good?
I think those are not separate and can be mixed, so I can be a lot depending on the situation.
But which one would be the primary one?
I like to structure things.
So you're the king?
Not the king, but collaborate
Yeah,
also with
yeah,
others.
it's a theory. You can read a book. I can lend it to you.
Sure.
Okay. At Vasco still. Okay, and Mikko was open.
Mikko from Helsinki. My question about benchmarking or learning from the local groups and reflecting on my experience from the local board. In the matters that the local group is in fact good at, it's very hard to sell why we should be in discussion with ESTIEM on why we do this or how to do these things. And I would like to ask from you, how can you get the input from those local groups who actually know their things, and what is the value you're providing to those local groups so they are willing to do the benchmarking?
For ESTIEM, you mean?
Sorry?
For ESTIEM, you mean?
Yes. So
yeah, I think the best example is also you guys in Lean Six Sigma. Just two like locker groups, bring a lot of value into ESTIEM, started this and then brought it up to ESTIEM. I think creating other valuable experiences like this are also interesting.
Can I rephrase one word sentence? If ESTIEM wants to learn from local group as an organization from finance point of view, how do you sell that to local groups who actually know how to do those things?
Oh, I think locker groups, it's interesting also to map for every locker group. You're good at a lot of things, but maybe you like other things. So I would not sell you the things that you know already how to do. Maybe I can tell you if there are some differences. It's also interesting to see what differences there are. But I can also sell you the parts that you're also lacking. Imagine you're good at getting sponsors, but you're still having problems with knowledge management. I will not sell you sponsors, I will sell you other things.
Can I one sentence comment? I find it very difficult from Helsinki point of view, for example, to sell for persons who are not involved with ESTIEM.
Okay. Then I want to thank you very much. And before we continue, I invite Becky to the stage to make a quick energizer.
Okay, so I remember that last night at a bar I had a lovely conversation with some people from Grenoble and they wanted to have an energizer on stage. So can I have LG Grenoble here? Yasin, you too?
No. Okay. Okay, so basically it's a French energizer, so you just have to repeat after us and scream louder and louder. Okay? Yeah, okay.
Angelo! Angelo! Arikiki Katumba! Arikiki Katumba! Amasa, masa, masa! Amasa, masa, masa!
It is not cloudy enough.
It is not hard enough.
We can do much better.
We can do much better. Angelo! Angelo! Arikiki Katumba! Arikiki Katumba! Amasa, masa, masa! Amasa, masa, masa!
We can do that tomorrow. Tomorrow you can elaborate on that. And we'll continue with the next position, the Vice President of Public Relations, and I invite Melis on the stage.
So, everything starts with a seed. And if you provide good conditions, you can have a tree which builds a big forest. When we look at our lives, it's the same with improvement. Everything starts with an idea, and you have good resources, you can turn it into improvement which affects thousands of people. Since the beginning of my ESTIEM journey, I have always been focusing on PR, and I have the seed, I have my idea to improve PR in ESTIEM. But I was thinking about how am I going to turn this into a tree? And that was when I decided to apply for Vice President of Public Relations position. So get to know me a little bit better. I'm Melis Thomas. I'm 20-year-old and I'm from Istanbul ITU. I'm originally from Izmir, but for my education, I moved to Istanbul, and I'm obsessed with French bulldogs. So I'm going to go to a serious stuff now. I'm going to mention you about my journey in ESTIEM. I'm not going to bore you with some specific stuff. I'm going to mention my milestones. So I joined ESTIEM in September 2014 when I was a newbie in my university. And the magic happened 3 months later in January 2015 when I met ESTIEM magazine. And it was the coolest thing in my life. And I got active and couldn't get enough of it since then. 2 months later, another amazing thing got into my life. I joined PRC.com in Sofia, and since then, I'm an active member of PRC. But the real stuff happened in April 2016 at CM Porto, when I got elected as ESTIEM magazine project leader. Now, not related to ESTIEM, but another milestone of my life happened in really near past, when I got recruited as a communication intern in American Turkish-based digital marketing company. So now we are in ESTIEM Poznań, and considering what I learned in the last years, considering the people I worked with, and gathering all of my experience, I'm now drawing my path. So, observing PR in ESTIEM, I realized that there are two really important things when it comes to PR. The first one is sustainability. To achieve sustainability in ESTIEM, I decided to focus on 4 aspects. As you know, yesterday we saw a presentation about PR strategy that was proposed by the board. But in my opinion, current VP PR and PRC are now aware of where they are now and where they want to achieve, where they want to go. But when it comes to how part, I realized that it wasn't really that strong. That's why, if PR strategy gets elected, I decided to work on our part, improve it, and ensure its implementation. Local groups are the doors that ESTIEM opens up to IMers. And when it comes to PR, local groups have a crucial place. So by making a market research to see what local groups need when it comes to PR and providing them enough resources, I want to improve PR education in ESTIEM to support local groups. We have corporate image guidelines, which basically gives us guidelines to how to design and how to brand in ESTIEM, which I like to call them Dutch law of PR. But unfortunately, those corporate image guidelines created a really long time ago and doesn't cover the needs of ESTIEM PR right now. So what I want to do is reevaluate those and also raising awareness on those corporate image guidelines on local groups and also in PCIs to ensure consistency of ESTIEM brand. And lastly, we have our printed materials in every council meeting, but there's nothing in between. And also, since the location changes all the time, there is no consistency in the quality and also the price we are paying to printed materials. To solve this problem, I want to look for printing solutions in the upcoming year. When we talk about PR, it's impossible not to talk about visibility. But visibility is a really huge term. So I wanted to focus on two main things when it comes to visibility. As ESTIEMers, we are really active on social media, and when we look at ESTIEM's channels, we are really active there. But we don't know anything, or we don't do anything about media relations. So how am I going to develop media relations in ESTIEM? I have two ways. First one, I realized that some local groups are really good at media relations. They can use newspaper, television channels, and even some applications. But there are some local groups, a lot of local groups, who are not even aware of how they are going to achieve this. That's why I want to organize a knowledge-sharing platform between the local groups. And secondly, years ago, ESTIEM was present in the media. We were able to solve them in the magazines and sometimes newspapers, but unfortunately, we are not focusing on that anymore. So I want to bring that back. And as I mentioned, ESTIEM local groups are really important when it comes to PR. ESTIEM is an organization of organizations, and most of the local groups have a mother organization, which is so much stronger than the local groups, and that cause problems when it comes to recruitment, academic support, and corporate support. To avoid this problem, I want to increase ESTIEM's visibility within universities. So, if I get elected, I'm not going to be VP PR, I'm also be a boardie. So what I want to achieve as a board. ESTIEM's mission is developing future leaders of the society. And when we look at the leaders that companies are looking for, one of the most wanted qualifications is ethical leaders. So what is ESTIEM going to do about it? I'm going to focus on creating an ethical working environment for all the leaders and as well as all ESTIEMers, training people in this field and also creating and ensuring this environment for everyone to experience. Without continual growth and progress, such words as improvement, achievement, success have no meaning. I have been improved myself a lot in the last almost 3 years. I'm not the same girl that I used to be in September 2014. I improved my management skills, I got knowledge about external relations, and I gained experience in PR and design. But even though with those resources, the only thing that I will be able to do is going to plant a seed and creating one tree that everyone can benefit from. But what ESTIEM needs is not one tree. ESTIEM needs a forest when it comes to PR. So I'm inviting all of you to join this journey and build a forest all together. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And as second applicant, I call to the stage Sunny from Siegen. Sunny.
So, hello guys, welcome you all to join my presentation, to listen to my presentation. When it comes to me, my name is Sunny David Schneider. Some of you know me, some don't. But I'm the guy sometimes with the crown. I'm the applicant for VP of PR. I'm 26 years old, and also member from local group Siegen. So, but some of you know me maybe a little bit different because I have also a Turkish personality. It's basically the Turkish translation of my German name. And also, for some of you, they don't know me, I'm the guy with the ESTIEM hat. So, when it comes to my experience, I'm quite experienced right now. I was able to join 24 events, like 8 coordination meetings, 4 council meetings, TNT, which I want to elaborate more on it later, and PRCR school, where I had the first touch with the PR. And here's an example. This was my first work in PR. So, but this is not corporate image guideline approved, and bad example for this. What else? My involvement inside ESTIEM, I became DLR in 2015. Then I was a member of the local board, and with them I have to communicate and create an atmosphere that we can work and setting goals and achieve them. So on. I also told you already that I'm a member of PRC, and I'm also a CERC member because image is really important for me and also for the whole network, and to be let's say social environmental responsible in all the things. So I'm also involved in Times, Grants, CRC, Magazine, and FLC, and also organized with some friends of mine, Becky and Lennart, the Vision Business Booster joint events. So, but all these experience, I see a lot of opportunities I have, and I think I'm the best, I'm the good person to improve the PR of ESTIEM. So, expectations for being aboard. You will travel a lot with ESTIEM. You will be active in local events or ESTIEM events in general, and you will be present, and you'll see a lot of people, and you have to interact with them, and maybe inspire them and motivate them to do so, to develop them further, and make them grow. It's also important that you be respectful because you are a role model, and so that's the reason why. Skip that bit. Coming to my goals, updating and implement a PR strategy. As you heard already, it was kind of a huge discussion to implement them, but practically it's really easy for the PR to implement them. We work together, and we're striving for the same aim to make PR sustainable and look that ESTIEM looks sexy. So now I want to tell you my story about my path in ESTIEM. You maybe might know right now I'm kind of nervous, but also from the PR side I got the impression of don't be afraid to aim high. Everyone of you knows it, and this is really what triggers me. When I started my first team event, I was super nervous. I didn't know anybody, and I wasn't able to talk the whole event in English. And then my second event, this was a Timescom. I was pushed by my local responsible. I didn't have the idea. I didn't feel the spirit. But then I meet 3 awesome people like Felix Limper, Temu, and also Luis. And they were at that time the boardies, and they were role models to me. And I thought that I was not able to be a role model at all. But Felix just took an hour, listened to me, and told me the story about the comfort zone, to challenge yourself further and compete and develop. bad right now. I'm really nervous, sorry for that. But the aim I'm looking forward, it's, ESTIEM is not solving the world problems, but it might inspire a person that will. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any more applicants? Mafalda, really? More applicants? Okay. So continuing with questions. We have a question here in the front row, and then there in the middle.
Ayberk from LG Ankara Metro. My question is to Melis. Supporting local groups by improving PR education is mentioned in your presentation. Do you have any new idea or concept about this?
How to support local groups? Is this what your question?
Yes, yes.
Currently, with PRC, there are a lot of resources already in ESTIEM. What I really wanted to do is basically search for every local group to find out what they need. Because it differs for every local group. I don't have anything special in mind because I really want to see what those you guys need. And according to those needs, I will come up with something.
Thank you.
Yeah, then the other question, Minho. And then afterwards, Maria.
Mariana Elgeminho, this question is for Melis. You talked about that you are not you are agreed, yeah, with some things on the PR strategy. What would be the main focus for you on during your mandate to change the PR strategy?
Okay, it was already mentioned yesterday after the PR strategy, this presentation. But in my opinion, PR strategy is mostly focused on PRC strategy. But when it comes to PR in ESTIEM, we also have a lot of other stuff. We have external relations, we have ambassador, we have magazine, and we have a lot of other stuff. And I really want to include those also into the PR strategy.
And after Maria, we have Mafalda.
Maria, local group Belgrade. I have a question for Melis. You mentioned that you've been active in PRC since September 2015, and obviously you're not really happy with the PR strategy. So I've been actually wondering why you haven't put effort into contributing to that strategy if it's something that doesn't make you happy.
So you're asking why wasn't I involved?
Yeah, why you haven't been involved in it.
I wanted to, but I wasn't.
Can you repeat?
I wasn't included in the process because, as I said, it was focused on PRC and PRC in general. So, as magazine leader,
but
I wasn't
as a PRC member, you are involved because you're obviously.
PRC was also not involved.
It was the PRC leaders, she said, not the PRC in general. What did you say? You said the PRC leader was involved and not...
PRC leader was involved, I wasn't involved.
Okay. Sorry, I didn't see it before. You had a direct comment to the answer you got, right? Yeah? So, sorry for that.
What if the PR strategy is rejected? What is your plan?
We had a vote of intention in the last CM about PR strategy. If it's rejected, the next VP PR needs to come up with the new strategy. So this is what's going to happen.
Okay, Mafalda. And after Mafalda, we have... you have a PR strategy question on the live stream, you say? The live stream wants Sunny to answer.
Related to PS. Okay. So basically, if it gets rejected, nothing will change for the PRC because we already want to work on it to centralize PR, because in our beliefs it makes sense to centralize it, to have the control. That every local group respects the corporate image guidelines, that there's no content about alcohol in it, and yeah.
Yeah, can you provide a microphone more in the corner there to Robert?
Mafalda, local group Porto and Warsaw. First of all, thank you very much for your applications. It's a very nice position to apply for. One of the things that was bothering me the most is that public relations in ESTIEM is not always taken seriously. So I have one question for you, maybe a bit philosophic, but what is public relations for you? And why do you think public relations is important for such an organization like ESTIEM?
So basically, public relations for me is the image of ESTIEM. This is actually a brand, a product we want to sell to the world, or at least first at Europe. If we look at companies, what they want to see, like our professional behavior, what we want to see or what we want to deliver to, what kind of image we want to deliver to the people, is that ESTIEM is a playground, that you can grow, that you can try out things, and also don't be afraid to aim high. Right now, a perfect example. I was really challenging myself, coming on stage, present my thoughts, and then kind of blackouts. But I really believe also the shyest person here in this room can also stand here, and don't have to be afraid because of this awesome surrounding, because everyone is so supportive, and I think this is the image I want to spread, that even the shyest person can be the president in one day.
Do you have a direct comment, Mafalda?
PR for me? PR for me is like image, like how other people see you. And then also they can contribute to them. Like if your ethical behavior is awesome or good, then maybe they adapt it and then change, and also can improve.
So I'm actually really happy that you asked that, because there's a misperception between marketing and PR in ESTIEM. PR is communication with all the stakeholders, and without communication, a network cannot exist. So this is what PR is for me.
Thank you. So the order for the next questions is Thomas for the live stream, then Robert, then you can give the microphone to Giovanna, and then we have Claudio over there. Okay? So Thomas first.
So Mariusz from the board 2015 and local group Sandy, Vice President of PR, asked to both applicants, PR can often be described as something fluffy. How do you plan to measure your success when it comes to visibility, awareness, and so on?
I will take over. Sorry?
Yeah, please change the order of answers.
To be honest, I haven't think about it so far, but I think it's about how you show your message, because if people you're communicating to get your message the way you give it, I think this is a big measurement.
Like for you to understand it simply, if PR is successful for us, and you see it in the applications, in the board applications, if you inspire people, if you give them the mindset that they challenge, and they will compete, and then they will take up a risk, coming on stage and apply. And you see in the last year, and 2 years ago, we didn't even have kind of competition on the board applications, and this year, like in almost every position, there's a competition. And this is also the mindset I want to share with PR. that everyone should consider to challenge, to develop them further. Even I learned a lot today because I have to prepare a little bit better. But yeah, it is how it is. But I don't want to die, so anyways.
Okay. Yeah, Robert. And
So,
after that, the
Robert,
microphone.
Eltje Eindhoven. In the past, we've seen, as a VP of PR, you're closely working with both the PRC and the magazine. And in the past, we've seen that the performance of both those committees has fluctuated a lot, and that sometimes the VP of PR has to do, or in the past, did some operational work. How would you two personally solve the problems if one of those committees' performance drops during your board term?
Yeah, kind of luckily, I had the experience when I became active that we had this problem in the board, that the body has to take over the operational work. And yeah, for me the solution is what Milena and Reimer already worked hard on, to make the team sustainable, to motivate people, to share the knowledge, to make the knowledge for all accessible. That they then develop themselves and spread it. Like in the past, I don't know if you know, like there were just a few super awesome people were able to design, but they kind of missed to inspire others to share the knowledge so that all the people can contribute. And yeah, sustainability is the key word for this. That's the person, like the body, don't have to do the operational work.
That could really work well, but what if that fails? What if it isn't?
What? I missed the first part, sorry. Can you repeat it again?
The question that I had is like, what if that fails? Because you're having real good tactics, and that could really help the PRC or whatever, but what if that fails? And you're now just saying how you would, yeah. Because...
yeah, of course. When it fails, yeah, you have to take over as the board responsible for this, and you have to be responsible. And yeah, for the magazine, you have to design. You have to, and yeah, I have the skills in case design is not performing well, that I will take over and then put all my operational work in this. Of course, then I have to struggle. I have to, yeah, skip the part of the strategic thinking, what is also important. But the important thing is to make it sustainable and run.
I believe the key is delegation of tasks within the team, because in the past I experienced a situation where the leader wasn't there, but the team members are still keeping the work, and it worked really well in the end. So the delegation is the key. Of course, leaders are people, they will have breakdowns from time to time, but with a strong team, we won't face any problems.
Okay, please, yeah, Giovanna.
Jovan Elgin Novi Sad. So my question goes to Melis. You mentioned you will update the central image guideline, and I strongly agree that it should be done. But how do you plan on raising awareness among local groups? Because every day we can see many examples of not following the rules. So how do you plan to raise awareness?
Everything is based on training. So can I ask delegates actually how many of you know or heard of corporate image guidelines? See, we need trainings more in PR.
Claudio, yeah.
Claudio from local group Calabria, and we're gonna have really a nice discussion here, but I think we're talking about too much about people that right now didn't really have any comments, so I would like to ask the opinion of Vice President of PR, Milena, and Jaime, the current PRC leader, about what you're saying, about your goals, because those are the people you're gonna collaborate mainly in future. Your former Vice President and the PRC leader that is gonna be the former PRC leader in the beginning of your mandate. So can we, Felix, can we give them a short comment about their application, maybe?
You want Jaime and Milena to comment on the applicants?
Have a short comment from the Vice President of PR and the PRC leader about their application, or at least about what they're saying.
No, I don't think it's a very good idea. Sorry.
Maybe they can comment on how they communicated with
Daria.
Daria Elgiskopje. I have a question for the both of you from Stefan. As boardies, you will need to work with a lot of people and understand their wishes and needs. Please state at least one example where you have showed empathy to someone during your ESTIEM journey.
So I can basically say that the previous PRC leader, Mart, was one of my best friends. And there were some times that he wasn't able to fulfill his tasks due to personal reasons. And I was there to support him, of course, as a friend, but also as an esteemer, to help him with his tasks. So I knew that it wasn't my job to fulfill his tasks, but it's your friend, it's an esteemer, and it's an esteem in the end. So.
Yeah, I also will use my presentation for an example, because you see, I challenged myself, I failed hard, and this is, could be influencing you in your next steps, because you have nothing to lose. You see, I failed, but personally, I don't die, so in this case, so I will challenge myself further, and yeah, hopefully you will also challenge yourself and don't, yeah, prepare better, and then it will be fine.
Okay. Yeah, unfortunately, the list is too long and we cannot have more questions right now. What's Milena? Yeah, there were a lot of hands from the beginning. So thank you very much. Please ask your questions on the live stream question. Okay. Why are people leaving? Okay, so we have now the applications for presidency. Diogo.
Recently, I've been wondering how my life changed in the last 2 years. There was no local group at my university. I used to consider myself a boy who had some issues communicating with people and had a low self-esteem. And suddenly I'm here today, actively going against a dream of mine, going onwards something that I want. I'm here because I want to make a change. I'm here because I want to allow ESTIEM to give the others the same that I've given to me. I'm here to share a vision for ESTIEM. Hello everyone, my name is Diogo, and welcome to my application for President, 20th Board of ESTIEM. I like to consider that someone's vision is very much connected with its own path. Mine started 2 years ago when I founded my local group and became its local responsible. Before I could notice, I was going to my first event, I organized my first, and suddenly we have a team of 9 members, we were having board meetings, and I was at council meeting in Vienna presenting for the first time my local group to the whole network. Around this time I started to realize something special. Everything is about the local groups. Every change, everything that is discussed in the network, everything that we do starts or ends at the local group. And so I continued my journey having this in my mind. I became president of my mother association, I continued building my local group, and I had the chance to apply for observership at council meeting in Porto. It was a wonderful experience. But then I thought, maybe it's time for me to leave. What if there no one to actually pick up my knowledge? What if I have no one who's willing to pick up my dream and make it theirs? I realized something as well. We need to ensure this future. Every project, committee, initiative, board, and local groups, we need to ensure a future, and we need to ensure that there's someone to make of what we did something even greater. I had someone to do that. I continue active on Central ESTIEM, and I had the chance to apply for project leadership at Novi Sad. These 6 months have been incredible, and I really had the chance to give a good overview of the network and realize something as well. We can offer so much more. ESTIEM is a network that connects universities, yet we don't fully exploit that. We have a reach of 60,000 students, yet we don't reach them all. These 3 points, along with my vision and my path, allowed me to connect everything that I was learning, allowed me to have a clear view of what I believe that the STEAM should do and what I think is the next step for us. I believe on expanding horizons of STEAM. Of the 60,000 students that STEAM supposedly reaches every year, if only half of them are interested in the network, how many do we actively reach every year? 10%. Expand horizons of STEAM is about looking at what a STEAM does good. It's about looking at what makes us unique and expand it. It's about offering a STEAM to all IEMers. It's about to understand that we are a network that is supposed to reach all of the students that are part of theirs, and not just some. It's about looking what we do good and go until the ultimate goal, and that is to serve all the IEM students in a STEAM, in IEM. This is very much connected with knowledge sharing. Because at the end of the day, we are a network. We are supposed to connect people. We are supposed to connect university. We are supposed to allow personal knowledge to exist, educational knowledge to be shared, and even by benchmark with other NGOs and associations as well. Because if we start to connect these 2 goals, we end up having an even more stronger ultimate goal of STEAM. We are able to create impact personally and educationally to everyone. But a vision is something that you don't see for a year. A vision is something that you try to actively pursue. It takes 2, 3, 4. But what should we focus? What should be our focus throughout this year that would make us be one step closer to this ultimate goal of ours? I believe there's no focus on focusing on nothing else than our local groups. They are the backbone of STEAM. We need to make sure that they feel sustainable, and then we can support them. Because if there's no local groups, there's no STEAMers to reach, there's no knowledge to be shared. They need to feel empowered. They need to feel motivated. They need to feel that what they are doing is good enough so that they can provide value to the network. This is achieved a lot by having regional coordinators that feel empowered. They are the link between central STEAM and the local groups. They need to be seen at the same level of the leaders. And at the same time, they need to be the ones promoting this activeness to all the local groups and make sure that they themselves feel empowered enough to be part of this and to give it much more than what they give so far. Because if this happens, it's possible for us to increase the offerings of STEAM. We do something very, very good, which are events. All the events that we have are incredible. But what if we have this, and then we have services like consultancy, online content like Business Booster Language Program does, strong IEM-focused events like Academic Days, like Lean Six Sigma does. If you start to offer all of this STEAM, if you start to have a strong promotion that tries to give STEAM a different perspective, if people start to understand that we do all of these important things, plus all of the others, it is possible for me to believe that we can reach much higher than what we did so far and serve much more IEMers. But of course, it's not only about the local groups, especially in the time of change. We need to make sure that we have an effective strategy change. We need to have a focus on human relations to make sure that empowerment and efficiency is always something in our mind. And of course, a long-term strategical planning that allows everyone to really feel connected, that allows the network to align towards a strategy that they want to follow and a strategy that they believe in. You know what we want. We know why we want it. But how do we do it? In STEAM, everything is moved by the people. So we need to make sure that everyone shares the same mindset. A mindset that is there and it's about change. Not about what STEAM wants, but what IEM wants, what IEM would like us to be. It's a change that is ready to constantly explore new ways of providing value. These new ways that would allow us to actually give even more than what we do, give more of us to others. If we do these things, and if we constantly try to empower others, it is possible to have a network that is aligned, a network that believes on the same, a network that goes onwards the same vision. This is accomplished by proper communication, from top to bottom, from bottom to the top, between board, leaders and RCs, central teams, and the backbone of STEAM, the local groups. Allow the knowledge to be shared below. Allow a flow of communication or feedback, of share of ideas, of share of opinions. Because these things happen, it's possible to have great ideas. It's possible to have the share of something even greater than what we've been sharing so far. I believe that these things are led by action, and this starts at the board. The board needs to be transparent. At the end of the day, the board is there because it's supposed to look at the needs of the IEM, look at the needs of the network, and make them become a reality. If there's no contact with leaders, if there's no contact with regional coordinators and with actives, it's very easy to lose the focus of this key point. If there's no transparency, there's no unity. No unity in the network, no unity at the board. No vice president is ever alone. No big decision is ever made by itself. The willingness to understand that at the end of the day, we might be 6 individuals who share different beliefs, but we end up being one body that shares the same mentality. One body that believes the same is what might lead you to success. Because transparency, unity, and commitment towards what we believe, what we want to achieve, and towards the network, everything is possible. So we want to offer a STEAM to all IEMers. We want knowledge to be shared. We're going to do this with the proper mindset, with communication, with a board that believes on transparency, unity, and commitment. And we're going to focus throughout this year on having local groups who feel supported, and local groups who feel that they have the power, regional coordinators, and they want to expand our offerings. We're going to have a proper strategy change. We're going to have focus on human relations and a long-term strategical planning. But for me, STEAM is much more than this. Custom meeting Vienna. I was at a stage just like this, and I was there frightened because I was going to present for the first time a local group. I've never been on a stage like this, and never been with people looking at me this way. And I remember that I finished my presentation, frightened. I went to my seat, and I watched the rest of the GA. At the end, I had the chance to talk with 2 vice presidents. One of them is here. And he told me, that was quite good. Maybe one day you could be applying for something else. The beautiful thing about a STEAM is that every memory that you share it with someone. Everything that you do. It's not about how much we change. It's not about strategy changes. It's not about how much we are capable to achieving. But it is the impact that we have on others. It is about how much we allow them to grow. It is about our STEAM family, between you and I. Thank you.
Any more applicants? All right, time for questions. Take first the delegate there.
Thank you for the presentation. I was going to ask, you said it's all about algaes, so how are you going to increase the activities of dying algaes?
Yeah,
thank you.
I had the chance to build a local group by myself, and I think that a lot of what makes a local group build, it's actually have the chance of having STEAMers there who are active and have an active promotion on the right things that made a STEAM great. For example, a good way of actually sharing what a STEAM is, for example, mentioning the network, mentioning friendship, mentioning fun, and a chance to develop yourself. So if you have a clear focus on what exactly you could offer, and at the same time you have support from other local groups and other actives, I think it's possible to improve these local groups as well.
What was your name and local group for the secretaries? And then we have Tom. And after that, hello.
Tom, local group holders of the previous holders of the most beautiful position within a STEAM. Yeah, as STEAM president, you will be responsible for managing all your, keeping track of all your co-boardies, supporting them, and motivating them, and you will, in some way or another, you won't be able to concentrate on all your personal goals, and you will have to focus on some things that you really want to achieve. So can you tell me which two specific things, specific goals, are you really going to make most important to prioritize?
For me, the position of president is one that it's supposed to give overview to the whole network, and its main priority should be to focus on its board and make sure they feel sustainable, make sure they feel motivated towards what they want to achieve. So what I presented here is not necessarily something that I should be the one achieving it, but it's something that would help the network go into a certain direction. So my goal would actually to work towards my board, decide what we want to achieve, and make sure that together we can actually get there.
No, actually the question, no, okay. No, then.
Back from LG Istanbul ITU. First of all, thank you for the amazing presentation. I'm just curious that you mentioned expanding our horizon in your presentation. I'm just curious that, do you think it's a right time for trying to expand our horizon while we're in the middle of modernization?
Yeah, expanding horizons is not about stopping being more than what we are. It's about to focus on what we have internally and actually expand what we do so that we can reach more students. You have students at your university that might join a STEAM if they have the chance to do other type of stuff. It's about going onward to those. Okay, it's not about doing.
Okay, then
expanding to something else.
No, after that we have Daniel, but first Sissi or Mafalda, one of you. Can you? You both want to? Then Sissi first.
CC Local Group Sophie in Paderborn. Thanks for the presentation and really nice visuals. You have really nice and structured goals and really big ideas how a STEAM should look like, and it really, for me, looks a lot professional. But also here we are STEAMers, we have this so-called STEAM spirit, work hard, play hard.
Talk with each other.
How are you gonna ensure that we are really still having this spirit, and this is what really unites us, except for being professionals and being IEMers, we are just students who would like to share a lot and to travel together. So do you have a vision how you as a president, the person who stands there and everyone is looking at you, gonna ensure that people feel that spirit and that it will never be lost?
Yeah, I think that the way that you share a mindset, and that's part of the mindset of a STEAM, is very much connected with the way you act, and it's about action, not only by me, but the whole board. And there's moments where people can be professional, there's moments where people need to be serious, and there are others where they don't have to be. So I would really enforce that in those moments where we have to be serious, we would be serious, but where we are not, we would still carry the STEAM spirit with us, carry all of our traditions, and make sure that we can show everyone the other side as well.
Thank you. Then we have Daniel now.
Daniel, Local Group Novi Sad. You've been next to me due to my leadership, and I can say that you're one of the best friends I gained in this team, a true friend. And I have never ever met someone so confident. But I'm wondering, what is your biggest insecurity now?
Yeah, I feel like the position of president is a bit more abstract than the others. I mean, you're supposed to give guidance to the network, but you never really know what you're going to do. And the fact that you're giving a leap of faith, the fact that you're expecting that you're able to capture everything, and not knowing the pressure that you'll have to deal in the future is something that really frightens me a bit, and makes me a bit insecure.
Thank you.
Delegate from Paderborn.
Florian from Paderborn. I know we're all about ESTIEM, but I'm still wondering, and I would like to get to know the guy behind the president applicant. So actually, who is Diogo outside of ESTIEM?
Yeah, I think that Diogo outside of the STEAM is the Diogo that you see in a STEAM. I mean, I consider myself someone who values a lot professional development. I like a lot the chance to develop myself, but I also benefit and I like to be with my friends and have fun with them. And I mean, I'm myself, I guess.
We have a Tampere delegate. The question.
Jenny from Tampere.
I would like to hear more about your plan. How would you empower the regional coordinators exactly?
Yeah, I have a backup slide that more or less says a bunch of things that could happen. For me, it's not about the president to be exactly defining how things are going to happen, but if you are going to ask me what are my advices and some aspect, I believe that having a redefinition of the regional coordinator's position is something that needs to happen. I see that in a certain way the members committee needs to be a bit reevaluated, not destroyed, but reevaluated, and given the chance to have more overview and at the same time as well the monitoring for the local groups to the regional coordinators is something that would make them feel empowered. Another thing that it doesn't happen is that regional coordinators not always are involved in the strategical aspects of a team, and it's something that should happen as well.
One last question for today from Thomas from the live stream.
So Mariusz again from LG Santi, he wants to go back to the classics. So he's asking, you are in an elevator with a company representative and a university representative. Sell them ESTIEM in half a minute.
Oh God.
Time
Okay.
up, please.
ESTIEM is, would you like to be in contact with IEM students who are aware of what is the most important thing on a company, which is a friendship and a teamwork? We are an association that connects 80 local groups that tries to reach all of the IEM students and tries to make sure that creates an impact on them and we can actually create the best leaders possible. If you feel interested in being part of us, if you want to share our connections, if you want to be part of our events, please contact us. I mean, something like this, I would say.
Okay, and then a few seconds of awkward silence in the elevator. Is this a technical, Joanna? Okay, it's fine. All right, then more questions can be asked online, and we come back to that tomorrow morning. Thank you very much, Diogo. I hereby close agenda point number 28, applications. And now we have another agenda point 42, miscellaneous. Okay, nothing in miscellaneous, so I close agenda point number 42, miscellaneous. And we have some announcements. So first, I want to announce someone, Grenoble. Can you stand up? So since we have International Night tonight, everyone, of course, brought food and drinks for tonight from their home country. Grenoble put the cheese that they brought in the fridge in the hostel, and apparently someone took it. So it would be really nice if you would approach, can you stand up again? Approach them and talk with them how to deal with this situation, okay? That would be really mature from you. Then Pedro wants to make an announcement.
Okay, short announcement. Anybody who doesn't live in a country that has euros and has made some expenses which were approved for the PR fund, for example, stickers and other stuff, please come here on the stage so I can give you a reimbursement form so you can fill so I can reimburse you. Okay? For example, Burj and Maya, at least I know that they should come here, and anybody else that also had some expenses.
Okay.
Comes here. Okay.
In the break. Then the organizers.
Okay, guys, there will be few important infos, so focus and remember all of them. First of all, from now on, we have everything in this building. Meals, breakfast, workshops, except 3 of them. Everything is in this building, so if you will be lost, just come here.
Okay, lunch will be in the room 53. We'll lead you there, just like next to the stairs where you're going to the coffee breaks. So there will be lunch. At 1:50, come back here, and we will read out the rooms where will be workshops, and we will lead you there. So 1:50, you are back here in this room. As I said, 3 of them are in the other buildings, but we will tell you which ones and then to which one you have to change. But you can also come back here if you have any questions. And there are agendas as well in the lunchroom. In the lunchroom. So in case of questions, you can always check where is your working group. After working groups, you're coming back here for dinner as well, to the room 53. Well, you will have lunch as well right now. For the people who didn't, about the merchandise, about the ESTIEM hoodies, the M size, and you didn't want the large size, it wasn't fine for you, we'll give back money. So, and also if you have any questions about the merchandise, we will do it during the dinner. So at the end of the day. After dinner, you're going to the hostels. At 9:30, we will pick you up. But 9:30 is 9:30, because for the past days, nobody was there at 9:30. Because you won't get there yourself, so you just have to be ready and to go there with the organizers. It's quite far away. And even if you will get there to the place, it's quite some time of walking, so you will probably get lost. So be there on time. 9:30, we're leaving for the international night. Of course, I ask you to behave. We paid quite a lot for this room. If you will destroy anything, I don't know, you will just, no matter how fucked up you will be, you will clean this up. And I don't know, just I ask you kindly to behave. You're doing good so far, and I hope it will stay that way. There are no more accidents in the hostels. Hostels are not complaining. So please behave. Yeah, I kindly ask you.
Yeah.
I kindly ask you, okay?
Thank you very
Don't
much.
give us a heart attack. And yeah, you want to add something? Yeah. And please take your cups. Take your cups that you got in your welcome packs to the international night as well. If you will leave it there, then we will give it to you. Like, we will take all this stuff, but yeah, but take them with you. And also for the people who didn't register, didn't pay the participation fee or something, please come to me during the lunch. I will take care of you. And also people who didn't pick up their welcome packs. And also, no, yeah, that's it from me for now.
From
Just
her side, yeah.
remember, 1:50. Oh, you don't need the mic.
Yeah, 1:50.
1:50, be back here.
So you have around 1 hour for lunch, but Tavi still wants to say something about tonight.
Okay, guys. Sorry, I don't have a fancy presentation right now about today's evening. I know everybody has been waiting for this international night and the council meeting for the entire week. Week has been tough for all of us, for the board, for the actives, for the delegates, but I still want to raise some concerns here. So, first of all, a little fact. Alcohol takes at least 3 minutes to kick into your blood, so please do not take more than few consecutive shots, because otherwise, with a blink of an eye, you might be dead. Maybe not dead, but dead inside at least. So do please take your time. If you do drink something, do not mix overly many drinks, because that makes tomorrow just way harder. Moreover, please take care of yourself and the others around you. If you see people in a very bad state, please to help them to the back to their hostel, And it's very good to pick yourself a buddy, so you take care of your body and your body takes care of you. Also, the international night has a lot of good foods as well. It is not only about consuming your way through all the alcoholic drinks of Europe, but actually going around and tasting the different foods as well. The more food you eat, the better you feel later, so make sure to do that. I hope the organizers will be able to also provide us a lot of water during the international night. I really liked the last council meeting's international night because at some point there were so many people walking around with just a half-liter cup with water, drinking water all the time, and we didn't have any problems. But I can also say that it was one of the better international nights I have seen because there were not that many people very drunk, people were not passed out, so that's a big improvement. So we have had some problems with damage, and as organizers already mentioned, please do take care of the place, do not destroy it. If you do destroy it, please make sure you speak with the organizers and pay for it.
Okay, Doxy wants to comment, and then I will tell you something that you will be happy about, and then we can go to lunch. Okay.
I was a victim of dehydration in December. It was my fault, so don't take it not seriously. It really happens to people, so drink lots of water. It's not fun to end up in the hospital, so take it in mind. It's not nice at all at home, so.
Is it necessary, Rens?
Yeah. Regardless if I make it in a humorous way, it is very serious. Thank you.
Guys, sit down, sit down. Rens? Okay.
Yeah. When a break starts, I'd like to ask for all the board applicants, project applicants, and financial controllers to stay in the GA in the stage for 5 minutes longer.
And now I have a little surprise for you, I guess. No. So we were here the whole week, or in the GA the whole week at 8:30. Tomorrow we start at 7:30. No, yeah. Tomorrow 9:30, okay? But be more on time. Be more on time than today because that was really not necessary. Yeah. So thank you very much. Enjoy your lunch. Be here in 1 hour, okay?
Oh, this is so cute. Hey man, how you doing? I'm great. You're pregnant, by the way.
Nothing. I just saw it. It's Easter. I don't know if you have it in Portugal.
No. Milk and eggs.
You know this or not? Okay. Yeah, it's we have it at Easter. I saw it, so I thought like, okay, I'll bring it for you. That's,
Yeah, it's really nice.
yeah. Okay. I mean, this is a bit fresh, but you know, hope it will be fine for you. That's everything.
Okay. Stick and drive me and I see what I can. And you'll pay for all that. So here's how it works. Filling everything. This. You have the receipt to fill. And from you fill it up with your own. The rest is when you give it back. What? I Guys, everybody listen. You fill in everything until here, and then the rest you'll fill when you give it back to me. And I can only play when you fill it. And Burj, since I have any paper, yeah, but it's still have it. Okay, so one for each. Someone else? Your name, your email, phone number, sign here, today is today. It's not an event, it's a sticker, so you can write here.
No to me, less German.
Please, applicants, stay here. If you're not an applicant, please proceed to lunch so that we don't have to keep the applicants here for longer. They also want to have lunch. Please go away, please go away.
ESP activities after 150. After 150, will there be like working groups? Yeah, for language program. Just 150 here. Johan or the organizers. Okay, just leave a message.
Please, guys, we have to speak with the applicants, but we cannot do it while people are still here. So please, if you're not an applicant, proceed to having lunch.
Okay. Do you have ESTIEM bracelets?
Yes.
Can you give me like 5, 6 for the local group?
No.
Why?
Because it should be the board giving them.
But you're not traveling to Madrid?
Huh?
You're never traveling to Madrid?
She's not gonna go there with you. Please, guys, Fabi and Tejan. Dejan. Dejan. Dejan, bitte aufsteigen. Schnell bitte. Dejan, go away. Huh? We have to speak with the applicants, but it's for a personal thing, so we'd like for everyone else that's not an applicant to go and have lunch. Aufsteigen. Hey. Please go away. Please. Yeah. Hey guys, please stay on some kind of line so that we can talk with all of you. Do you need something?
What? No, I'm looking for organizers.
Yeah, they probably outside at lunch. Yeah. Okay. Please, everyone that's not applying for something, proceed to having lunch. Yeah, and if you're an applicant, please try to stand in the line. Please hurry up. This should be a 5-minute thing. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
What is this about?
It's to.
Be here. Hold on first for a second.
Yes. Yeah. Okay.
Guys? Okay, guys, can I just look? So there is something something that happened that with the minutes that we need to fix, and we can only fix it with you, but with the part of applications, the secretaries forgot to write down a summary of your presentations, which is actually a big mistake we just realized. And we need all of you to find some time to either write a summary of what you said or come to us one by one to write. No, I'm bullshitting, don't worry.
Yeah. No, it was a joke. I thought you was trying to make a joke. Please. Yeah. Yeah, okay. So you all have your applications either today or tomorrow, and we as a board would just like to say that we are very proud of you, and for all the positions that have a competition, we really have no idea what's gonna happen, so we just want to say that you did a really good job and you put yourself forward in front of all these other people here. So whatever it happens, we are very proud of you, and now you should really enjoy the rest of the council meeting. Still be a bit careful about the international night, because tomorrow morning we'll have 40 minutes questions for applicants and 40 other minute questions for board applicants, but still, yeah. Yeah, okay. Yeah. Yeah. So just a thing that we just really want to say that we are very proud of you, and whatever happens, you should be proud of yourselves. And yeah, we have ESTIEM bracelets. I have had mine since Novi Sad, but I didn't find a good enough opportunity to give them out. And all the board have collected all of ours. So please, if you don't have an ESTIEM bracelet, yes, we as a board would really like to give you one now. And if for some reason we don't have enough because we have a lot of applicants, we'll give you one when we are drunk at international night. That's probably the speech is gonna be even better. So yeah, please approach me, and really, in terms of the board, we would really like to thank you for taking this challenge.
So yeah, drink water today, guys. Learn to say no to shots. Don't pass out. It's bad PR.
I'm listening. You were about to say something. Like you got the microphone on it.
Just wanted to get rid of it.
Do you want to see what question we have about the pigeonhole?
I already have one. Okay.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah? I'm on mine.
Nuno.
Yeah, and the GA is over for the day, and a lot of you are applying against the other people, so now the GA is over, so I would like to say that the competition is over too. We are an ESTIEM family, so we should sit together, so I would propose the group hug to show that we are all united. So.
That's
My Finnish personality is really I'm not sure if I'm
It's enough. Okay. So, since the cheese from Grenoble was stolen, I would like to propose this cheesy moment, so now everything is okay. Have fun.
You want to see what the end race for question and pigeonhole? Did you saw it?
Yeah, I'm gonna upvote it.
try to sit down so other people can fit in the room. Just sit down. It's better if you sit down so that people can sit down.
Initially, I have a working group, but they have the whole day ESTIEM meeting, so I have to go there. I don't know with who I must go. The meeting of our ESTIEM, and they told me yesterday after registered 2 weeks ago, so
All the seats want to be seated upon. Save the seats. Sit down. Guys, make sure your friends are here. Invite your friends to this room because everybody has to go to working groups and trainings. Working groups and trainings are mandatory like GA.
Yeah. You or her can. The stage is yours now. The stage is yours now. So.
Can those people who are missing raise their hands?
Please laugh at Tavi's joke now. Thank you.
Thank you, Tiago.
And about the people that want to
Silence. Okay. Yeah, like the stage is yours. Just try to calm people down, and if you see that, just wait a bit for the next.
Yeah, we have time. We have 15 minutes.
Hello, guys. I would like to ask to the leaders of working groups and trainings. You will go to the room with the participants of your working groups and training. And in the room, there will be the material for the 2 working groups that will occur in the room. So I will ask you to use only the material that you asked and to let the markers that you when you finish to use it, because it will be also for the other working group in the slot 3. And also for the people that didn't get registered on any working groups and trainings and want to go, you can go with the groups when they are called, and okay, you can just go and but if you just don't, if you are registered already in a list, don't change your working group because it will be a messy otherwise.
So yeah, first ask for you. So after the first workshops, please come back to this room, and we will send you to for a second working group. So please come, and we will show you the next place of the room. So. And yeah, the next at 15 past 4. Yeah, you should be here, and we will send you to the next trainings and so on, yeah?
past 4, 15 past 4, yeah? Quarter past 4. Okay? Do you understand or not? Yeah, okay. So the first working group is Illustrator and Introduction to Design. Where is the group? Can you stand up? Yeah, can you stand up? Illustrator, and come on. This is Kamil. Kamil, 128. So come on and follow Kamil, okay? Where is the leader of the working group? Okay. No. Follow Kamil, okay? No. Ja ich miałam pierwszych wypuścić. Dobra, to już ich puszczamy teraz. Ty masz Impossible Project.
Tak, no dobra, okej, ale tam nie muszę żadnych materiałów przynosić. No.
Okay, if whole group gone, yeah. Okay, so the next group, it's called Impossible Project. Just do it. So please stand up and follow Krzysztof. So maybe take your jackets because you are going out from the building to the another building. Okay. Nie.
Dobra, bo powiedziałem Korlanowi, żeby go wziął, bo to jest 0,27 miał kabel HDMI dać. Czy ten kabel jest potrzebny mi, znaczy Wojtasowi w DS, bo Wojtas w DS5, tam był potrzebny kabel HDMI?
Nie, Wojtek ma DS6.
DS6, ale dałaś mu tylko tak przez przypadek. Dobra.
Ja nie wiem, wy przy telewizji...
Dobra, czyli Koranowi dałem, bo HDMI miało być w tym.
Okay. So...
The leaders that are now in working group and they will go to, for example, the second training. Do they know where they should go after? Or will we meet again?
Yeah, we'll meet again. I said it before. So, okay. Follow Krzysztof. Okay. So, next working group is conflict management. Can you stand up and go with Wojtek? Okay, follow this guy with a card. And also take your jackets because it's in another building, you know. Conflict management. Which way follow this? Yeah, okay. Conflict management, once again. Okay, so next working group is International Night. Justyna? Taking it to the next level. So this is Justyna.
It's
Just
not
follow
the
her,
actual
okay?
International Night?
International Night. 023. Tak. International Night. Widzisz, o co mi chodziło? No poszła. Ale nie, tak. Teraz pójdziesz. Do 125. Okay, so the next working group is Introduction to Data Analysis and Table, something like that. So please stand up and follow Michał, okay?
Teraz zabrać tylko i wrócić.
Tak, wróć, bo masz kolejną. Teraz 125. Introduction to data analysis. Just follow me how.
Did you announce the academic?
What?
Did you announce the academic team training?
LJ University in, no, not it.
Okay. Oh, you're the academic.
So next training is Times, the computer simulation. Korhan. So please stand up for Times, the computer simulation. Okay. 029. Okay? So please come for the Times, the computer simulation with Korhan. Korhan, raise your hand, please. Yeah.
Guys, I have 4 people missing for conflict management. Okay.
So, okay, next working group is SERC awareness training. Andrzej? Do szóstki. Okay, raise your hand. Stop, maybe. Korhan, go. Go, yeah. And
I have to remind something from tonight. Just a quick. Guys, don't forget tonight. Like we will have a sticker contest. If you collect all the Mediterranean local groups sticker, upside it's written Mediterranean region and downside local group name. If you collect it.
Okay, so please go for a CRC awareness training with Andrzej. Andrzej, they're leaving just now, so quick. Okay, CRC is leaving. So next working group is Introduction to Design and InDesign with Agnieszka, 053. Just stand up for Introduction to Design and InDesign. Okay? Quick, please, faster, okay? As fast as you can. We have no time left. Follow Agnieszka, Introduction to Design and InDesign. Okay, so next is LG, University and Professor Interaction with Agata, 021. With Agata, stand up for LG, University and Professors Interaction. Come on, guys. Okay, LG University and Professors is leaving now. Yeah?
Can I clarify, local group promote themselves? They already gone?
Oh, no, okay. Okay, so next working group, it's how to organize academic-based event with Justyna. This stands for how to organize academic-based event. Follow Justyna, this girl. How to organize academic-based event is going out, okay? Okay, So please, next working group is let LGs promote them by themselves. With Maciej. Maciej, raise your hand. 121. Let's LGs promote them by themselves with Maciek, okay? Please go faster because we have no time. Let's LGs promote them by themselves is living now. Okay, so next is become a wolfie of your LG with Michał. 126. Become a wolfie of your LG, okay? Just with Michał. Guys, come on. Become a wolfie of your LG. Okay, bierz ich, Michał. Gdzie jest Korhan? Korhan, Korhan, w której byłeś sali? In which room you were? In like this or this?
79 and 78. Also 79.
No. Now, which group did you take? 20. Okay, so you are going the next. Okay, the next group is ESTIEMpreneurs Community Growth Strategy with Korhan. 027, okay?
The time classes, just I want to say something. They said we need another class also. They need 2 classes, I think. Times.
Let's go. Okay. Jest Maciek? To weźmiesz ich do 123 teraz? Okay, so next group. Teraz ty. Okay, so next group is ESTIEM Online Platform with Agata. 025, nie? Follow Agata, okay? Which is your... Okay? So please follow Agata. ESTIEM Online Platform. Dobra, nie, daj mi... Jest Maciek? Weźmiesz ich do... Weź... To złap Korhana, on jest 0,27, weźmiesz ich do 0,28. Okay, next is personal development, the sibling... Nie, czekaj. Personal development, the sibling of academic team. Tu, Korhan jest 0,27, więc go na pewno pominiesz z kartą. 0,28. Follow this guy. Personal development, the sibling of academic team. 0,28. Okay, so follow...
Hello, Diogo. See you later.
This Maciek. Okay, so I think that get it granted, yeah? Maciek? Gdzie jest Maciek? Gdzie jest Maciek? No weźcie go, poszukajcie, zadzwońcie albo coś. Get it granted. Weźcie ich do 123, okay? Please, Yusuf. So follow Yusuf, get it granted. Yeah. Tak. And it's all or not? 13?
You have the alumni group as well.
Ja pierdolę. It's everything or not?
We have the ESTIEM Spirit working group singing right now as well.
ESTIEM Spirit. Be here, be here.
International night?
Oh, it was one that went over 2 slots?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, then choose a different one for the first slot because it doesn't make sense if you live in the middle.
So, which one?
Which one with one slot?
It's everything or not?
Oh, up she rises, up she rises, up she rises.
You don't match. You don't match.
Up she rises, up she rises early in the
A room for
morning.
a ESTIEM Spirit, yeah?
It was in the library, I think. The ESTIEM Spirit training, it's all these people.
Yeah?
Yeah, I think we choose the library for them. They are the only ones that are in the library.
Library is closed.
But in the room you gave me, there were librarians. And
No, it was only, the explanation of this.
But why were they written library on the list?
No, it was explanation because, the some is words, some, letters
Up she rises, up she rises
number of
early
the
in
room,
the
and this was
morning.
explanation, so maybe they will stay here.
I will ask them, but if they make a game or something, it's sunny outside, maybe they can go
Okay, so
outside.
we have to ask.
Rises, hooray, up it rises, hooray, and up she rises early in the morning.
Do you know where to go?
Wait for asking them if I can join them if
Okay,
if
so
there
ask them.
is the second.
Early in the morning.
Hooray, and up she rises, hooray, and up she rises, hooray, and up she rises.
Early in the morning. Hello, Felix. Hello.
Nie, bo jest przypisane, wiesz co, na jeszcze jeden, ale to jest dopiero 16:30, więc dopiero 16:15.
Dobra.
Hello.
I asked them and they will go outside. But I heard like they have kind of drink.
Outside, but maybe tell them that do not throw, the cups and bottles on the,
Okay. Yeah, I will go check what is occurring outside.
Okay, so
with the
make sure
working
that
group.
they are not
Okay.
throwing forever.
For the other time, we will have only 15 minutes to switch. So I think we should find another solution to make it quicker. Like maybe we can print the name of the next working group and, for example, put 5 people with the name and so say there is this working group, follow this organizers with the leaders, and they will go fast.
That's okay.
Maybe you can write and
That's okay. Hello, live stream. Why are you watching this? It's empty. Come back, I don't know, tomorrow?
And they will join.
Yeah, it will be easier because if
I need rooms.
you need
Photos.
Nie wiem, na razie ja muszę skończyć, więc...
I can take photos of each working group.
there is one person missing.
Yes. Who was the 8th person that you told me is...
I sent you the last list today.
You sent it to my email?
You wanna say to the
I touch.
You can send your motions to board@esteem.org.
And you can just stand up in the gym.
It will turn into the spam folder. We put a filter in the portal. Mention a motion. Spam.
Well,
So
my motions still go through.
Actually, I was gonna, yeah, not say that motion is very weird, but
I want to raise a motion to make I touch reply.
To accelerate the process.
I know.
But Felix.
But I was actually, the thing is, I said it to Pedro, and we decided that it doesn't exactly happen. But because whichever thing gets voted first for motions and amendments, it's kind of a chance. So when you kind of propose this kind of thing, I was thinking then she was overall, yeah.
Yeah, I need to work on the
But when you said not an amendment, that's mentioned only for amendment, even though it doesn't specify other things as well. So I'm like, I just paused my... Duarta, why are you here? Why are you here? What? We're still on live stream, by the way. Just a heads up, we're still on live stream.
Hello, Marcus McCain, Lina Lisnom, because they are missing, you know.
Okay, Linelish, Marcus, which, yeah, I don't know how to read that.
I don't know.
Okay, Marcus Linelish left. And then
For some
she
another?
left. No, yeah, I don't know, maybe for the time, but she left. I know that she left.
Okay, thank you. So.
I mean, like it might have been 2 times as well. She just was there when you were announcing, she joined one group. Can we turn off the live stream, please?
okay, it's okay. It's not important.
Apparently the Times trial, they're missing some people, so they can't have a proper trial, so they're looking for people to, yeah, to fill the quota. Do you want to go?
I need to figure out some IT project stuff.
Okay. Maybe if you want to go as well.
Because I was talking
Get
with...
your head off the stuff.
Yeah.
How many people are they missing? If it's more than one, I can't help. Hello, live stream. Oh, it's one.
Huh?
It's one person, but I don't have the mind to solve a case right now.
Penis. Penis. Süleyman. How do you say like? It depends on what you want to say. Like, as in there's English, there's a kick, it's a called dick, penis, whatever. What kind of words do? What is like the biological one? Penis. You already penis. There's a cock. It's like sick. If you want to say the child version, it's like pee pee. Yeah. Test. Test. Acun abi ben de öte taraftan gideyim. Bitmek yapacağım. Olmadı. Öyle salak bir şey var ya, böyle çarkı ses çıkartan bir video vardı. Is the live stream still on? Yes, we're just doing weird stuff. Targu Murgesh. Tergu. Can I try one? Or like, I don't know. Mert Elitok is still at the live stream. Hi, Mert. Why are you watching this for an hour?
No.
He doesn't hear you.
It doesn't?
No, now he does.
But that's because the sound is from the microphone only.
Yeah, the microphone.
Nah, some other people might be watching. Dear watchers, you're gonna hear me breathe for the next 20 minutes. Entertain yourselves.
I can't find it.
How does my throat sound when I drink coffee?
Or it doesn't sound.
It's really hot. Peanuts. Peanuts. And now a word for our partners. Penis.
A word for our partner. Acun abi abi. Yes. Yes. Yes. Yes, you should. But you're not that good at playing that game. Did you do a mic drop? Did you do a mic drop?
Yeah, if someone asked me like, describe yourself in 3 words, I would give the answer that I already.
Zühre Melis dönmez.
That's it.
Pedro. 2 words to describe yourself. Pedro Schuler. It is 2 words. there's nothing.
Thinking about 2 words to describe you.
What?
Yeah, degenerate bastard. Is good. Enough. So the
'Cause we
live stream-
can.
So the live stream can hear us.
Yes. Live stream needs some entertainment.
Premium
if Mert is
entertainment.
watching, he should watch something cool.
Let's check Pigeonhole if there's questions.
Yeah, Pigeonhole. My phone's over there.
Where's your phone?
Yeah, it's getting charged, 1% battery.
Ah, it's here.
Dear GA, today we present you Council Meeting Istanbul ITU. Council Meeting Targum Mureş.
CM Mureş.
CM Mureş. CMTM.
CM what? CM what?
CMTM, because Targum Mureş. What does the Steam board do during the working groups? KMC knows.
Hello.
Hello, Oran.
Oran.
Did you know?
Can we take off the Procter & Gamble?
No, that's Stefan. Stefan is with us.
The guy is scaring me. Who is the guy?
What do you have to say about this?
He's looking really creepy.
He doesn't know English.
A leader
Oran, what do you
is
think?
Born.
Yes, this presentation that you just missed. Okay, let's have a quorum. Local group Aachen.
Local group. We're going to, the quorum for tomorrow will be done today. Local group Ankara Bilkent.
The thing is, if
Local group Ankara Metu.
I think if Felix doesn't close the agenda point or something, or like doesn't specifically announce that the J is over, I think it's kind of valid, no?
No. Yes? No. No.
And like half of the group can leave, and then the rest of the group can still decide. That's actually, yeah.
Yeah, technically, because if you leave agenda points open.
Yeah. What do I look like I'm doing? Yes, for the next CM. I don't have any left.
Blue screen.
Unless you raise a motion to hear the education report again. You can raise a motion to hear the educational report once again.
Just do it however you want, no?
Happy birthday to you. I don't know who's at the live stream, so I don't. And this live stream is actually on. We're just entertaining the live stream. Hey, Steamers, on the count of 3.
1, 2, 3.
We did a video. It's like Steamers on the count of 473, and then we start like 1, 2, 3, 4, and then we stopped the video, and then like at one point forward, we just some other street, we just started 274, 275.
If you put the music with your telephone
Yes.
and after you know what is my favorite Turkish song?
No. What is it?
I know the lyrics.
What is it?
Wait. Where is that?
yönde kapıya geldim, yalanı da gör arada acı kuluna. Teni kardı, beyazdı, sıcaktı, yanından geçince nasıl gül kokardı. Saçlar uçardı, ipince savursa uzaktan yüzümde kıyamet kopardı. Ah be gülüm, sana benden nasıl janti bir yol olur. Sen gittin, bilemezsin kendimden geçtim. Gelemem kendime yar, gelemem kolay kolay. O zaman gel yanımda kal. Gel bu gece yıkılsın yoluna, kul köle gönül kapılmış ağlarına. Beni tanırsın, bir kere sevdim, yanarım aşkım adına. Ve bu gece yıkılsın yoluna, kul köle gönül kapılmış ağlarına.
We are going to do karaoke, so the lyrics will be the... Yeah, it will be amazing.
Gelemem kendime yar, gelemem kolay kolay. O zaman gel yanımda kal. Gel de bu gece yıkılsın yoluna, kul köle gönül kapılmış ağlarına. Beni tanırsın, bir kere sevdim, yanarım aşkım adına. Ve bu gece yıkılsın yoluna, kul köle gönül kapılmış ağlarına. Başım önde kapına geldim, yalanı da gör arada acı kuluna.
Beautiful.
I touch, I came up with a really perfect motto for me. Are you single? Do you wanna mingle?
Hello, it's me. I was wondering if after all. Hello, it's me. I've been wondering if after all these years, like,
Someone opening live streams.
yeah, Mert is watching.
Turkey song. And second Belgium guys doing karaoke.
Yeah, there are probably people.
Random people first opening live stream.
Like there are people there are people watching the live stream right now, and there are people watching the live stream then. So I'm more scared of the. Yeah, I'm more scared of the people randomly opening it during the popcorn structure session. I raise a motion. I raise an amendment.
They probably won't be. Please come here.
Please come to
Just say you won't let go.
Your car is being pulled away.
Is there a song that has "Come Here" in it? It's like, oh, come with me now. But it's not "Come Here." Like, come back. Oh, yeah, come back. That's way. Ass back home. That's ass back. Get your ass back home. Yeah, that's a good song. What else is there? Gel. Is it over? Is it over? Go to the second group. Are you enjoying your task? She said yes, by the way.
She said yes.
She said yes.
No, I was enjoying until I come here, and after. It stressed me.
You know, I had a plan while I was applying. I was gonna say like, I started off with a cool relationship with ESTIEM, and then last year with ESTIEM, I was gonna say last year with ESTIEM, and then I was just gonna apply with ESTIEM. That was the plan. Hello. falan değilseniz çok yakın fısıldıyor, tamam mı? Çok sinir bozucu bir şey. Biri sana yapsan nerede?
Aytaç mikrofona konuşmak ister misin?
Konuşuyorum mikrofonu sabahtan beri. What? It's a bit empty.
There is no one.
Yeah, but they're coming.
Okay.
On their way.
Aytaç is applying again.
Yeah, I'm applying again for what? VP of Energizers.
Vice President of President.
Vice President of Presidency. Dear Council, where are you?
I did not call you at some point while we were talking to you.
Yeah, the other, what?
You know, I find out where is which working group?
They are around all the building.
Yeah, but where is which one?
I don't know. You have to ask around each lab.
How do I find out that?
please.
A nie wziąłem telefonu. Czy telefon?
Ja mam telefon. Ja mam.
No to
Chcesz?
Dajesz.
Nie no, ja tu się krępuję, jestem taki człowiek bardzo nieśmiały. Ale masz za twoją odpowiedzialność. Ale jaką chcesz muzyczkę?
Podkręcający.
Czyli?
Boże, no wybierz coś, co wydaje ci się, że jest podkręcające.
No kurwa, to jest... nie wiem jak.
Chodzi mi takie podkręcające.
Masz coś, wybierz kurwa z YouTube'a.
Tak, całego YouTube'a mam wybrać.
No masz kurwa, wpisz. Przez twoje oczy zielone oszala. Ale słodka ta spara. Naprawdę, ale się tak uzupełniacie. Agata jest wyższa, jesteś niższa, brunetka, blondynka. No naprawdę.
Czekaj, zdjęcie dla fanów, bo one że się idealnie uzupełniają.
No zobacz, blond, brunetka, wyższa, niższa. Chuja smykać ty. Powiedz co. No sprawdź, powiedz.
Show me what you do now. We don't have to go out. Come to my house. Morning comes and you know that you wanna stay. Close the blinds and pretend that the time has changed. Keep it closed on the floor, open up champagne. Let's continue tonight, come on, celebrate. Sometimes you gotta stay in, and you know where I live. Yeah, you know what we is. Sometimes you gotta stay in. Welcome to my house, baby, take control now. We can't even slow down. We don't have to go out. Welcome to my house, play that music too loud. Show me what you do now. We don't have to go out. Come to my house. Come to my house. Come to my house. Come to my house. Got the grip, it's about the bag. But my house is your house if you don't get back. Excuse me, it's my home, trading the sand. Soon as these sweet faces, then you can run with the cash. Home run, slam dunk, touchdown pass. Because I ain't too hustle, so I ain't no holding back. Another shot of feeling, you know what's in my glass. It's my house, it's really bad. Welcome to my house, baby, take control now. We can't even slow down. We don't have to go. Welcome to my house, baby, take control now. We can't even slow down. We don't have to go. Welcome to my house, baby, take control now. We can't even slow down. We don't have to go out. Welcome to my house, play that music too loud. Show me what you do now. We don't have to go out.
I wish I found some better sounds no one ever heard. I wish I had a better voice and sang some better words. I wish I found some chords in an order that is new. I wish I didn't have to rhyme every time I sang. I was told when I get older all my fears would shrink, but now I'm insecure and I care what people think. My name's blurry face and I care what you think. My name's blurry face and I care what you think. My name's blurry face and I care what you think. Wish we could turn back time to the good old days when the mama sang us to sleep, but now we're stressed out. Wish we could turn back time to the good old days when the mama sang us to sleep, but now we're stressed out. We're stressed out. Sometimes a certain smell will take me back. was young. How come I'm never able to identify where it's coming from? I'd make a candle out of it if I ever found it. Try to sell it, never sell out of it. I probably only sell one. Maybe to my brother, cause we have the same clothes, homegrown as stones thrown from creek we used to roam. It would remind us of when nothing really mattered. Out of student loans and treehouse loans, we all would take the ladder. Blurry face and I care what you think. My name's blurry face and I care what you think. Wish we could turn back time to the good old days when the mama sang us to sleep, but now we're stressed out. Wish we could turn back time to the good old days when the mama sang us to sleep, but now we're stressed out. Wish we could turn back time to the good old days to sleep, but now we're stressed out. We could turn back time to the good old days to sleep, but now we're stressed out. Wish we could turn back time to the good old days.